Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in. And let me know if my audio is okay, guys. I'm still working this new system, and sometimes it's crackly, sometimes it sounds great. I've heard that it sounds better on this one, minus if it starts out crackly, of course. So, um, definitely let me know as we go along. Tonight, I'd like to talk again about little Javea Harris, right? And I even hate to put her last name together with her first name, because this poor little baby, it's really a very very tough case, right? If we're looking at how old she is, which is 4 years old, if we're looking at how little she is, she's only 3'6", if that, if this is accurate. Just a teeny tiny little girl, right? 40 pounds maybe at the most, right? Just little petite. Again, she really reminds me of my daughter when she was little, just a little cutie pie. Um, she was last seen last Tuesday night, right? So uh, we're looking at a week from when she was reported missing, which actually fell. I was doing a night show, so well, of course I was. It was night court, but it was June 30th, 2026, that we were looking at her coming in as missing. Because again, like I said, I know we covered her case at the very end of our live stream. Hey, my PTSD, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I need to get you a wrench, girl. Um, so I apologize for that too, because I've been crazy. And, I couldn't sleep today. And I know a lot of you guys couldn't sleep too because I was talking to some of you. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at my ads. Okay. Um, but yeah, so I apologize, my PTSD, because I meant to get you one, and I can't see whether people have wrenches in here and who doesn't. So again, let me grab that for you as well. All right. Hey, Witchy Mama. Good to see you. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, welcome in. So there was some really great coverage tonight that I found on this case, right? On this little Javea Harris, her case. Again, she went missing, was reported missing out of Aiken County, and that's South Carolina. I just got a post from Jana on Facebook. Always praying for her sister Crystal to get justice. Justice for Crystal, right? And justice for Juvea. So here we are. The FBI, multiple local, county, and state agencies were involved, right? Aiken County deputies are asking people not to show up in the search area still, guys, because they have a undisclosed location. This was the original flyer. I just wanted to post it because I wanted you guys to kind of see how the story progressed a little bit and kind of paint a little bit of a picture for you. So you can come up with your own ideas, theories, and let me know in the chat how you feel, what you're thinking. I kind of think I know how people are feeling. Again, it's with a heavy heart that I'm talking about this, because when I originally was talking about little Javea's case, I thought, you know, they're probably going to find her. If the parents are being truthful, which of course I took them with a grain of salt, there was a couple of big red flags right off the bat. Um, but I haven't listened back to myself to see what the hell I even said about it. But I do remember thinking to myself, like, I don't know if she's on the spectrum, because usually parents on the spectrum know exactly, where their children are at. But then again, it's reminiscent of Sebastian Rogers' case for me, right? Because I'm looking at it and I think to myself, how do they not know whether she's verbal or not, or any of these things are big red flags? Aloha, JH. Good to see you. So, that it's problematic. There's a couple of things that are problematic. And speaking of Sebastian Rogers' case, big shout out to Seth, because he told us to look at this picture a little bit more closely. Because I was talking about how, at first glance, we see Javea. She's wearing a name brand Nike shirt, right? She's as cute as she can be. She's got her little purse. She's got her ears pierced. Very girly little cutie pie, right? Just hair done, everything. She looks clean, right? Like, she doesn't look like she is not well kept or taken care of, right? Like you would think that some of these kids are out there looking a little crazy and, the parents aren't taking good care of them. Their clothes are dirty. I mean, look at those 16 feral children they just found. I mean, that's where I'm like, oh my God. But we have to remind ourselves constantly that it's not always going to be the norm. It's not always going to be what we want to see or what we're thinking that we're going to see. Sometimes it's much more sinister. Sometimes it's much more awful than we can ever imagine. And understandably, this is where we land back with Javea's case. But again, thank you, Seth, for that. I don't know if we're teaching you true crime or if you're teaching us, but it really doesn't matter because you made us take a second look at that. We're going to get into that in a minute. So thank you very much, my friend. They have operational plans and help right now in place for finding her. So again, we're going to go over. There's there's this amazing app that will track what SLED is doing in their helicopters. Right, it's public, all public knowledge, and we're going to take a look at that too tonight. But first, I wanted to show you this as well. I still think we should share her flyer, guys. I still think we need to spread awareness about her. I think that Nancy Grace needs to step up her shit. I think that Vinnie Politan, where you at? I'm looking for you guys. I'm looking for you guys to start covering these cases of these little kids out there. And again, with Sebastian's Law, indigenous children of all races, sizes. It doesn't matter. It's just like Devlin Tate. Like he's a white kid. He was just shy of his 19th birthday out of Michigan, right? Lake Odessa, Michigan, small ass little town, and we still can't find him. How does a 6 foot tall boy go poof? He doesn't. He doesn't is the answer. That's one thing we can always mark off the list. First of all, they didn't disappear. They didn't go poof. They didn't just, the aliens didn't abduct them. I'm sorry if you guys believe in aliens out there. It's fine. I'm not hating. You don't have to agree to kick it all the time, right? But it's like, it's ridiculous. That's the first thing we can just take right off the list, right? And they're not just missing, right? They may be lost. Maybe you can't find them, and maybe they wandered off. But in this case, this little girl didn't wander off. Sebastian certainly didn't wander off, in my opinion. At least this set of parents told us that she was wearing shoes, so it made it a little bit more believable. But even Crocs at that, no, mm-mm, no, it doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense. And that's been the general consensus too in a lot of the chats that I've kind of been in and looking at even from the bushes today. Big shout out to Ratchet, the channel Ratchet, and I put the link in the chat too. Go check out their channel, guys. He's really a nice guy. His mods in the chat were great. I mean, just great conversation in there. True crime, right? It wasn't like a bunch of crama crap. Oh my God. I was like, really? What have I been missing? Right. Oh, and thank you so much for that the gold coin, Barb. Barb, I'm sorry I can't put it up on the screen. Hey Bo. Hey Kiki. Hey Kiki. I saw your post, girl. I saw your post about the basket. I can't tell if it's a basket or a fob or a fob or a basket, but I think that's a good catch. And, I appreciate your attention to detail. So thank you so much. All right. And also, there is a tip line. This is not uh, the same tip line. So there are two associated. I'm going to give you guys both of them, right? This says CSRA Street Justice, Search and Rescue, anonymous calls 803-292-2158. Call 911 immediately. If you have any information, guys, if you have seen something, say something, do something. Don't post it online. Post it online, but go tell a police officer. I know I don't really like them either. No offense to the officers. Now, in this case, I got to give them credit where credit is due. Thank you to the officers who worked so hard for this little girl. She deserves this and so much more. So much more. She deserves national coverage. Nancy Grace at Nancy Grace to Miss Grace to Miss Grace. Calling Miss Grace and any of you bigger people out there that need to be covering these children as they need to be covered, not just picking and choosing which ones you like the best, in my opinion. Now, this is where I want to bring you guys to this little girl because she absolutely did not deserve this. My PTSD, I hope you got a wrench. Hello, Shadow. Good to see you. Good evening, everybody. Hey, Seth. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much for pointing this out last night. YouTuber is here. Good to see you. Dragon Tribe, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, you guys are awesome for gifting the jewels. I don't know how the jewels work, but I love them because I've been giving them out too. So, hey, Cinderella, welcome in, guys. Thank you for being here. And thank you for lighting up the chat. I don't know what her favorite color is, but I saw her wearing that pink Nike shirt and she just looks so cute in pink. I'm like, well, maybe we'll just put the pink hearts until we find out. Because I know that we do that here and we do that to support the victims. Hey, Barb. So we do that. Oh my gosh. Kiki, I'm telling you, I haven't stopped on and off crying, except for when I was in Ratchet. He was making me laugh because he said the mom looked like Rick James, and I lost my shit and I started laughing. But it's such a sad situation. It's such a sad story. You know, it's awful. And so where we're looking at her little finger here, because it does appear that maybe her finger had been broken. And no, Seth was like, has her finger been broken? Because look, this one's very straight, and she's so cute. She liked to do this little peace sign. Um, but I was like, I can't believe her little finger was broken, or who did that to her. I'm like, who gave her the shiner? That was my main question in everybody's chat. Oh, thanks, my PTSD. I love that. Thumbs up. Thank you. Um, but that was I was like, who gave her the shiner? Like, anybody's supposed to tell me, right? I'm demanding to know, although nobody's going to answer me because only the dad or the mom can tell me that, right? But they're not telling the truth, as per usual in these cases. No offense, Seth. you know I know, Seth. I know you caught me off guard with that, but I'm glad that you're always keeping hope alive because that means a lot, and that's something that we need to be reminded of. It's the truth. Seth says, I'm praying that she is still alive, hoping and praying for the best outcome. Well, we just don't know. And these people, I mean, we never know. They lie their asses off when they're in the hot spot like they are right now. Like, these two are really in the hot seat, as they should be, because, I just found out today that the DP is alive and well in the area. And I'm like, okay, you know, and I'm too much of a softie and too sensitive for that. You know what I mean? But like, I understand that that's what needs to be done sometimes. It would save the taxpayers. It would save the family some grief, I guess. Although I don't know what elements exist here, right? In terms of, and don't come for me, but we're a DV channel here too, right? We do a lot of missing kids cases and people and true crime stuff. But I mean, really, not the DP channel, right? We're the DV channel. But I can't say I don't support it either way. Um, I think that, Chester Cheetahs of the world, they belong in the wood chipper, right? I mean, so I would be a hypocrite if I said that they didn't deserve that, especially looking at her eye like that. I hate that for her. It's not like she had little brothers that were roughhousing. Hey, Holly. It's not like she had others in the house that could have been, something could have happened, or she was, God, and I hate this because again, it's DV. Oh, she's clumsy. She fell. Oh, she falls all the time. Yeah, I used to fall all the fucking time too. I know all about it. I used to hurt myself constantly, you know, but not really. So, um, yeah, that's what I see here. And now the other picture, she's doing this again with her little fingers, with the peace symbol. Um, and that's what I'm assuming it is. If I'm wrong, let me know if I'm wrong. But it does appear that she has both. So I'm wondering if, like Shauna was saying, that she may be double jointed. And I never thought about that. But I've had friends that were double jointed and they could literally take their finger and move it all the way backwards. And it would be fine. It's not like they break it or hurt it or anything. So I know, chip away, chipper for you. You know what I mean? I hate that. Um, I know. Well, that's it, Kiki. And that's the thing. When you have older brothers and stuff, like I get that they roughhouse and things like that. I even had a younger brother 2 years from me, and we would roughhouse too. So I mean, it's not like it's because we were so close in age, right? So um, I can see something like that being explained away in that case. But yeah, that is a very that's a puffy little eye underneath, and to think that she's still smiling in this photo. She's still smiling, right? Because these monsters, they can't bring us down. They cannot. They try. Oh God, do they try? But this time they took her life, and it's very sad. So I want to show you guys her vigil, which I thought was very sweet that they put on. But first, let's watch a little bit of justice unfold here. And also, let's take a look quickly at the search efforts for her because she's still out there missing. She needs to be found. They need to tell where she is. And, I don't care what they have to. This is terrible. I don't care how they have to find out. I'm not looking, I'm turning away, right? I'll turn the other way. I know I'm sensitive, but do what you got to do. Because some of these parents do make me wonder about, um, old fashioned methods or unorthodox methods of finding this information out. Okay, so I want to see how this works here. I think, no, I want to show you guys the bigger version. Sorry, I'm still messing with all of this weird stuff in the background. I apologize. Um, Well, Kiki, and that's the thing. I don't know, again, the dynamic, right? Like, if I looked at the mugshot, I could be like, dude, that dad looks like he's scary as hell. Like, I wouldn't want to cross him, right? Because he's taller than me, right? But could you imagine being a little person, you know? I mean, and then that's your dad. That's devastating, by the way, that her father would treat her like that. Look, I'm not a perfect parent. None of us out here are perfect parents. If anybody tells me they are, then hey, I'm glad for you. um Now, my daughter is a sweetheart, and she would tell you that I'm a great mom and that she loves me dearly. But that's the thing, our kids love us unconditionally. We need to love our children unconditionally, because they're going to look back on it, and even all of us do, right? Even if we got our butts whooped and stuff like that, we're like, well, I mean, I probably deserved it, right? Or, I still love my mom, I still love my dad. That's what's sad. And now you have kids coming up missing. I mean, their parents are reporting them missing, you know? Moms, excuse me, are reporting their children missing and saying, I don't know what happened to him. Look at Summer Wells. She was just gone, Candace. She was just gone. It's like, Candace, you fucking goon. Are you kidding me right now? And then you got these two, right? You got Katie Proudfoot. Oh, I don't know why he walked out the door. I mean, they said that this little girl was wandering too. Oh, she just wandered. She was playing in the chicken coop at 8:30 p.m. on Tuesday night, and she just wandered away. No, I'm sick of that wander shit too. These kids just don't wonder, and then Chris Proudfoot gets up there and he says they wandered away, and I'm thinking, yeah, Wonder Bread. But it drives me nuts, when they do these things. So again, Kiki, I don't know if it's the mom. I don't know if she was enabling the whole thing. I think it's just as bad if they're doing that. If they're legitimately knowing, a knowing participant. Look, we know that from the CPS reports, right? Uh in Sebastian Rogers' case, that Katie was allowing for the abuse to go on. So she was named in the reports as being one of the ones that allowed it, you know? Well, and I don't know. It looks more like a cat house or something, Chuchi. It does. And I know I was saying yesterday, like, oh gosh, why would they look under the chicken coop? But, maybe they need to be looking at that house again. But then again, I don't even think she made it over there because they were living in Union, South Carolina before this. So, I mean, and I'm pretty sure Chuchi and I tracked down the gas station that, or excuse me, the laundromat next to the gas station, the Circle K, that he was apparently nearby doing laundry in the area. He said he went to 3 different stores. He said originally he went to go get cookies. This is her father, her dad. I have to use that loosely. Javea's dad said he was going up there to get the girls, his girlfriend and his daughter at the time, right? Baby, mom's pregnant with the baby, cookies and candy. Well, that just sounds dandy, doesn't it? Okay, yay, we're gonna go up there and get some yummy shit. And the next thing you know, he's buying Black and Miles and Mad Dog for the 2020s. Then he's like, oh yeah, I went to 3 different places. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't make a damn bit of sense, right? Caught up in so many lies, contradictions. None of it makes sense. He's talking about, oh, I came home, I thought she was in labor. He saw drones in the air flying around, all the whole 9 yards. It's like, it's the same old story, the same old song and dance over and over and over again with these people. And they think they're doing a good job. I mean, 8 p.m. by herself. And then he talks about how she doesn't know about stranger danger. And I'm like, well, you should have taught her about stranger danger. You really should have been teaching her about that, especially if you're letting her go outside unsupervised at night when it's dark. What if somebody rolls up on her and says, hey, little girl, you want some candy? Even though you're at the store getting her candy, right? I'm doing the air fucking quotes right now. But, I mean, it just, again, it doesn't make any sense. She could have said, oh, yeah, sure. My dad's going to bring me back some candy too. Hell yeah, I get 2 bunches of candy or whatever. They're little. She's 4. Unbelievable. But leave that up to her to figure it out, right? That's unbelievable. Exactly, the pig feet. You guys crack me up with all the variations of feet. We have poop feet, we have pee feet, we have pig feet. We got all the feet. And I do call them feet, plural. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's not like I'm calling them the foots. I sound silly. Unless I call them the Foot Clan, which is my personal favorite. But the Mad Dog, don't forget the Mad Dog. Well, it would be different if you would have went to one location, because you could get candy and cookies and Mad Dog and Black and Miles at the same location. Okay, I'm not going to say that I've never done that before. Just kidding, I haven't. But you know what I mean. Like we were laughing the other night or last night about Boone's Farm and Mad Dog and all that, and how it's kind of like one of those liquors that we drink when we're kids. We're dirt poor. We have nothing, to spend on alcohol anyway, so we shouldn't even be drinking it. But we go in there, pull our money together, get a Mad Dog. We're gonna get screwed up tonight, woohoo! I mean, that's just how it goes when you're young. And I'm gonna say that these parents are young too, and they could have used help. I'm sure maybe if they felt like they had another way. And I appreciate sweet people like the ones at the vigil that are willing to remind us to have grace. I do, but sometimes I forget about that. Here, and I can't help it. I can't help myself because, again, I can't feel sorry for anybody besides Javea. That's it. She's the one I'm here fighting for, not them. No. So, because I kind of stand on what I said about Michaela Montgomery, like she needed to take the punch instead of Harmony, in my opinion. So, it's bringing us all back to our puking days. No, I'm just kidding. Oh man. Okay, so here we are. This is one of the investigators. Look at her. She's got her little investigator hat on and everything. I need to get me one of those. And she's out on the street pounding the pavement. She's like, "Hey, we're tracking SLED in their every movement." I love how the reporters are tracking government officials. This is great. Okay, here we go.
It has been a heartbreaking day here at the Debutary Creek access point in Fairfield County, South Carolina. I'm right by the Chester County line. It's about 2 hours from Augusta. I just stepped back into the car because it is getting very dark here and there aren't any street lights. It's a very remote, very rural area. No cell service. We don't have any cell service out here. And some of Javea Harris's family members are just a stone's throw from me right now.
All right. So, first red flag, there's no cell service, right? Even for these tech guys, they don't have they're like there's no cell service. It's super dark out here. Nobody's going to see things that are going on, and also they can't be tracked to this location.
Now, I've been speaking with them today as they came here and gathered, just waiting for answers. I'll get to that in just a minute. But first, how did I get here? How did I get 2 hours from Augusta? Well, I was tracking SLED's helicopter, and I was noticing that they were doing several rounds around the creek here. So I got in the car and I came here. And when I did, I found that access point was completely blocked. And I learned an investigation recovery effort was being made just behind that blocked access road. I can tell you I've seen DNR today. Just minutes ago, they left with 2 or 3 boats. I also saw the drone team leave. I was hearing drones out here all day. Also 2 ATVs. Multiple agencies are here trying to find Javea. I talked with Javea's great-grandmother, and she said that there's obviously nothing that they can do, but they didn't know what to do. So they just came here looking for answers. Just a few minutes ago, Javea's grandfather told me he found out about it today on Facebook. And so he's been here, he's still here, just looking and waiting for answers. It's been really sad. They've all had tears in their eyes of
I'm praying for their family. I am. I understand some of the frustration I've heard around about the frustration with the family, with the neighbors. I get it. I really do. And, we'll get into some of that too. We'll discuss that and feel free to discuss that in the chat. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see you. So, in Scranton Strangler. Um, so I get it. Right. But I also want to make sure we focus on who hurt Jabea, right? But we do need to do better as a society to point these things out, especially if we get that feeling. Don't deny that feeling, that gut feeling. I'm telling you guys, I always regret that terribly, terribly when I don't follow my gut instinct on things. And if I saw this little girl and I thought for 1 minute that somebody had hit her or hurt her, it would be on like Donkey Kong. Okay, so and then look right here again. I want to show you guys her little fingers because this is a different, arm. It's not like they switched the picture around. I don't think, but I do think that maybe her knuckle is a little bit swollen. I don't know though. Somebody could take both of her little hands and hurt them. So I don't know, but I did want to point that out again also.
talked with some uncles. There was an aunt who came by as well. They all live really close to this point, so they're very familiar with the area. Trying to get information about the search. There has been no updates today, and sadly, Javea's family was not able to get any updates as well. But I did see a number of agencies leaving for the day. It looks as though they're wrapping up for the night because they're not able to see anything. Obviously, visibility is bad, and sadly, this is no longer a search effort for this 4-year-old little girl alive. It is now a recovery effort for her body. That's the latest here in Fairfield County, South Carolina. Meredith Anderson on your side.
So sad. So Fairfield County, different than Aiken County, right where this originally transpired. Well, I should say where Javea was reported missing by her mom. Um, so Splash the Otter, I think SLED would be good to reach out to Splash the Otter. And I might even send an email because there's bodies of water around here. And I understand it's a wooded area too. So there may be options for maybe her being in the woods as well. But if they were to get Splash out there, he, again, guys, he's an otter. Yes, I said otter. And he tastes the bubbles, right? As if he's sniffing them. And then he can taste to see where there's, I believe, over 500 different human decomp scents, right? And I don't want to say that too prematurely either, but just based on what we heard at the press conference makes me believe that the police have enough evidence to think that little Javea is out there and she's not with us anymore. Um, I hate that. It is not something that I like to even speculate on. But if we could get Splash the Otter to go out there and check for her, it would make me feel better, and it might show the parents that people care and that we're getting people that need to go there. In my opinion, Splash needs to go there. Jessica, thank you so much for sending the tulips. That's so sweet of you. Gosh, I wish I could put those up. Those are beautiful. Thank you very much. So, otter power. YouTubers are like, this crazy lady, Freedom Lady, she's talking about a fucking otter. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. But yeah, I'm talking about an otter. I'm talking about a full S otter. And it's the only search otter that can do this, right? This guy was a dog trainer before, but he was like, hey, otters can do this. And he'll say, go find Hoffa, right? And the otter will go find the scent. So I think that's really cool. And like I said, they use them here in Florida because we got a lot of gators and stuff, but people don't want to be getting in the waters. You can't, like, I mean, and I'm a Chicago girl. I love fresh water, but you don't do that here. Aw, and there she is. And again, please, guys, don't be messing with this picture and taking that out and stuff. We need to see that. I hate seeing it. It breaks my heart. But don't. We need to show it like it is. Um, just a precious little girl. And I do believe that this was a prolonged situation of abuse where either the parents didn't know how to deal with her as parents and they didn't deserve children ever at all, or perhaps something was going on in a domestic violence situation where the mother was scared too and didn't know what to do. Either way, it's just, in my opinion, it's not okay to do that, um, ever, 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 ever. So, um, thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, we got the merch store. We got the merch store. It's still small, guys. I need to make some more graphics and stuff like that. Um, Coffee Crime and Cat says, I know this crap has always gone on, but there seems to be an awful amount of parents hurting their children. What's going on? Well, and I think of that a lot too, Coffee Crime and Cats. I'm like, is it because we're able to see it so easily now with social media, and we're always sharing things out, and we're always, because again, like our friend, the real Me Too, came in and showed us this, and she's like, hey, lady, this little girl's missing, and oh my gosh, she's just adorable. And I'm like, oh my gosh, look at her, and to show her picture. And then we got into, you know, some of the specifics on the case and everything. And, she just stole my heart, I'll tell you. And she definitely deserves so much better than this, right? Especially when we find out, like when I found out that she was possibly deceased for a month, I was like, you've got to be fucking shitting me. I know my mouth is horrible at night court. I apologize. It's horrible every time, but nevertheless, it's terrible. And it just makes me so mad. But I'm with you on that because I just can't figure out if it's like more occurrences or just because we weren't able to see it before so easily, that is. And also, um abuse has been going on for forever. I don't ever think it's something that will change unless we as a society make a conscious effort to teach the kids as they're growing not to be treating each other this way. But then again, we have to model good behaviors. Nobody's perfect. There's no perfect human. I'm wondering if the mom was able to be alone and tell someone at the hospital, but she doesn't know where maybe the dad took her. Otherwise, I think they would know better, a better search area. Well, I think that's interesting. And I saw Chuchi your comment too. I think that is a good point. I wonder um, about that myself. And also, it reminds me of Emmanuel Haro, little baby Emmanuel Haro, still missing, still out there somewhere in California, and I think in the desert. God only knows where his monster ass parents put him. And in the beginning, Jake and Rebecca Haro were like sending the police on a wild goose chase, and maybe not even just Rebecca, or just Jake, or just Rebecca. They might have both been doing it, to save their own asses. And that's the only thing I see from these parents is like they they have no remorse. They don't feel sorry for what they did. They're not missing their other little baby that they can't be around. They're not sorry for what they did. They're sorry they got caught. And it's really sick and disturbing. I hate that because, I try to see the good in people, and then you see that and you're like, no way, I'm not giving you any type of anything. We're about to see them, by the way. Hey, Crazy Buck. So we're about to see them, you know. Oh, Genesis Reed. Yeah, and they still haven't found her. I mean, and that's the thing. It's so heartbreaking that we see this play out over and over and over again. It's almost like a sick joke. Like seriously, how do we change things? How do we get things to be different? What can we do better? You know, because it's the same thing over and over and over again. So yeah, Night Court is in session. Mature audiences, 21 and up. And, there's all these little kids at the vigil showing support for little Javea. And I feel so bad that they have to be there. And it warms my heart in one way, and it makes me feel sick and horrible in another way, because it's like these kids don't ever deserve to see another little kid like this. It's got to be terrible and scary for them, you know. So let's go to mom first, right? We're gonna us mama bears in here, we're gonna hold mom accountable first, shall we? So we got denied bond, right? This mother and father both were denied bond, spoiler alert. Which I'm grateful for that. But here we go, let's just listen in.
We're now live, and you were at the bond hearing this morning. We were hoping to see the mother and the father, but just saw the mother this morning of Javea Harris. Give us some details and catch us up to speed on what was announced, but also what the feeling was like being there at that bond hearing and seeing her and hearing her speak too.
Yeah, of course. Well, this was our first time that we laid eyes on her since her arrest, and she came into the courtroom with no attorneys present, and the judge told her her rights and gave her the procedures of what was going on today before ultimately denying her bond. He said that the charge of homicide by child abuse charge would have to be taken up in the circuit court, and that he did not have the authority to set bond there, and then the filing a false police report charge, he said, that carries up to a $5,000 bond, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, the judge denied bond there. But it was pretty quick here, Will, with her coming in, the judge giving the procedures there and telling her her rights and denying the bond and everything. Some other notes that came out of it, the judge asked her where she was currently employed. She said Transcom, and the judge asked how much she weeks, and she said about $1,300 bi-weekly. And then he said that she makes too much to qualify for a court-appointed attorney there. And
Haha. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Simpsons era. Haha. Like Nelson over there. Yep. So that's what you get, and I don't feel bad for you. I hope you sit your ass where you're at.
And another question that was asked of her by the judge was who else lives in the household, and her answer to that was, quote, the father. That's all she said. And then the judge asked her where he works, and she said DHL. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty quick in there. I mean, it was quiet. There, like I said, there were no attorneys present with her. She was cuffed at the ankles whenever she came in.
And also, guys, I checked all day, or well, Chi-Chi's been checking too. We were checking into the parents, seeing if they had any priors or anything. I didn't find anything too serious. Chi-Chi was telling me she thinks that maybe there's a strong possibility that the authorities might have scrubbed some of that stuff or whatever. I don't know. I mean, but I didn't see anything, terrible. Bo. I noticed Holly's avatar. I love your guys' avatars, by the way. You guys always crack me up with that, especially Sandy when she changed her avatar. to Sheriff Craddock in his pink dress. He looks so pretty. Okay, so here we go.
And I just really did see a lot of emotion in there. I mean, even I was watching her as she was signing the papers before the deputies took her back into custody. Didn't really see anything but a blank face in there, but just very quick in there. But of course, we're camping out here at the detention center as we wait to see if we'll see Javea's father in court today.
Okay, and great job, guys, to this WRDW, doing a great job, right? Really a fantastic job for Javea. She deserves every bit of this coverage, and I hope that she gains national attention on this. I hope this shines a spotlight on some of the things that we can change and some of the things that need to be addressed when it comes to children and their safety, and just the way that parents, if they're overwhelmed, they need to have a place to go, a safe place. Hey, Jenny, safe place, right? Just we need to do more. We need to do more, and especially when we're seeing, people saying, well, gee, I saw this and it didn't seem right to me, but yet I didn't do anything. And then, other people, kind of jumping on there. And again, I'm not pointing fingers in any which way towards anybody but these parents. But it's interesting to me that they knew and they know this whole time, and there's a blank stare. If we think about the burden that must have been on the two of them, let's just say that Javea has been gone for a month, and a month ago they did something to this poor, precious, sweet little girl that never deserved to have this done to her, whatever it was, because she's not here anymore, allegedly, according to authorities. She's not here anymore. So I can only speculate. But let's just say it was a month ago. So they're carrying this around for a month. They're lying to their family. Oh, hey, how's Javea doing? How's the baby? How you doing? How's the, you're about to have a baby. You look like you're going to pop. I saw messages, right? But they're having to lie to everybody. They're having to cover their tracks. They know they hurt her. They know one of the two hurt her. Say it was the dad that hurt her. Well, the mom knows the dad hurt her. They know they put her someplace. A lot like little Jaden Spicer. They took him and put him in a tote, right? So where did they put him? They put him close to his family members. So again, that is reminiscent of that case where we see a mother that would take. Now, there has to be care. And usually when it's a parent, it's going to be something personal, right? You might see them wrap the child up. You might see them put them in a blanket. You might see them show a modicum of respect. I hope and I pray that there was respect shown, because I swear to God, Lord have mercy, because I have none. I have none. But again, if we're thinking about this, they've been doing this for a month. They've been holding this for a month. They've been keeping it for a month. Lying to every single person. Because you think that people didn't ask about this precious little girl? I don't think so. I don't believe that.
Yeah, again, the newest update, too, is that she was denied bond, and we were waiting and hoping to see the bond hearing for the father this morning, too, but that has since been delayed because they said he was not ready for the bond hearing this morning. So we're checking with the sheriff's office to see exactly when that will be. Sydney, what was the process this morning when you got there? Just for people who don't understand what you have to do for a bond hearing, take us through what the steps are, what the process is. It was supposed to start at 10 o'clock, too.
ChatGPT, I make $100,000 a year.
Sorry, this lady. Hi, ChatGPT. I make $100,000 a year. All right, sorry guys.
Yeah, well, on our end, we have to file paperwork to get permission from the judge to have our cameras present in there. So, I mean, if you want me to kind of take you through my day, I will. I got out here at around 9:20. I wanted to get here early enough to make sure that we are ready to go, since judges typically like to get through these things quick and fast here. We gave our paperwork to the front desk here at the detention center. They sent it back to the judge for him to look it over, and that took about 20 or so minutes, around 9:40, 9:45, the front desk told me that somebody would come to bring us back to the courtroom at 10 o'clock. And then around 10:15, I think I told you, Will, that we were still waiting to go back. And then shortly after I sent that message to you, somebody came back, told us the procedures and how this was going to work, that they would bring us back into the room and bring us back into a room before bringing us into the courtroom to set us up where cameras are supposed to set up there. But yeah, nothing really more to say there. I mean, it was like I said, typically, these things start on time, but I mean, you never know with court. There could be a multitude of factors that went into why we didn't start right at 10 o'clock this morning. I mean, you have to think it's a weekend, but it's also a holiday weekend, so that also factored into that, I'm sure, as well.
Well, they were definitely speedy with all of this in the process. And again, I have to just say good job on that. I mean, give credit where credit's due. And hey, K9 Captain Jules, good to see you. So very interesting. Again, I think they're going to start here pretty soon, but they're giving us nuggets along the way too. So.
All right. Thanks, Cindy, for the insight too.
Bear with me on this because I know there's a kind of a lot of like ad-libbing in here.
Keep you on here. We can kind of talk about yesterday as well, because you've been on the ground the last couple of days with the search efforts and then also the press conference too. And I'm just going to answer some questions as well. Yes, you can go to bond hearings in South Carolina, just decide. So I don't know. There's been a lot of people coming in and out. I think we can play the bond hearing again for people who haven't seen that and hear from her. So if we want to play the video from the bond hearing,
yeah,
we'll play that in a second.
All right, guys. Sorry, I don't like the dead air, so I apologize for that.
Okay. All right.
Running.
Well, we will fill until we're ready. Here, I'll let you.
It's a little different from that for them, I'm sure. Like, we're so used to going live, but they're not used to it. So I think they're doing a stellar job, though. No shade. I'm just saying, that's why we're gonna have a little bit of dead air here and there. So I apologize.
Some of these questions I cannot answer, just so you guys know. Sydney, did they give you any indication on when the father's bond hearing will be, or what exactly did they say in the courtroom today or before you got in there about the dad's hearing?
Well, before we were already in the courtroom, just getting set up, ready to go, and this was before they brought the mother in, of course. And the judge told us just as a courtesy, because we have a lot of equipment in there, and so he didn't want us to go through the trouble of having to set up all of our equipment and then waiting there all afternoon. And of course they have other bond hearings to get to today, but he said that the father may or may not be ready, that they'll check after they finish with the mother. And of course, after deputies took her back, they checked to make sure he was ready. He was not. And so the judge then dismissed us out of the courtroom and said it could happen this morning or it could happen this afternoon. Didn't really specify there. I think they're still trying to figure that out on their end. They told us to check in with the sheriff's office, which of course, like you just mentioned, we have done that already. So like I said, we're camping out here until we get the green light to go back inside.
And we have that bond hearing that Sydney was at. We'll play that for you guys so you guys can see and hear her for the first time.
With regards to the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000.
All right, bond set for $5,000. I'm like, really? That's it? You reported a whole ass kid missing, and you only. I mean, I think there should be. I don't know how to do this, obviously, but I think that there should be some stipulations on that. Like, if you false report something small, right? Don't cry over spilled milk kind of a thing. But if it's a whole kid and you're calling them in, hey, they're missing, and you're expending all of these resources, drones, ATVs, horseback, all of this stuff, right? People in the heat, the FBI is coming in, SLED is coming in, all of these agencies, other agencies assisting. Hey, Gabby, and they need to tell where this child is, Holly. Exactly. It really gets ridiculous, especially for a lot of us. It's like, just tell us, just start telling the truth. Come clean with it. That's all it takes. really, because they're the only ones that can tell us. We don't know what happened. They do. But yeah, only $5,000. So if she would have just reported a child missing, false reporting is false reporting. $5,000, right? 10% of that. It's usually 10%, right? No biggie. But then they slap her with this.
But because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning.
Oh, sorry about that. I guess this is part of it. Sorry. I apologize.
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
Imagine being able to build an app.
Okay, so would you see the mom? She's shackled, by her feet and everything. They're definitely making sure that she's secure there.
Will be included.
Sorry about that. Let's go back a little bit.
Court, you contact the public defender's office to complete the application process. Court dates, times, and locations will be included in the paperwork that I'm about to give you, so don't try to keep up with anything in your head. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms if probable cause exists to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. If you want a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I will give you within 10 days, and that 10 days starts today. You will get a copy of everything that you sign. Understand that by signing, know that it is not an admission of guilt or anything other than a receipt of the documents as part of this bond hearing process. Please follow the deputy's guidance and sign and initial everywhere that it is highlighted in yellow. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Gabby, no, it doesn't, and it just makes me think about the crock of crap this case is, with what the parents are saying and everything else. And Seth, I feel exactly the way you do about that. Probably not exactly, but I feel that. I wish Sumner County and Tennessee would have treated Sebastian's case like such, right? Because they did a great job, right? They got on it. They figured out that, they needed to scale that search back because they weren't going to find her where they were looking. And that is great detective and police work. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So, yeah, thank you, Witchy. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. I love my mods. I'm telling you guys, best mods ever. Best mods ever. That's right. That's right, YouTubers here. We're not going to let them live it down either. We're not. We just never will. We can't. Every opportunity that I have to show them what they should have done, you can believe I'm going to do it.
Ms. Herring, you've been charged with homicide by child abuse. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if convicted, it carries up 20 years to life in prison? Do you
Yes,
understand that? You've also been charged with filing a false police report of a felony violation. Do you understand that?
yes, sir.
It carries up to 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or are you going to retain the services? Are you going to retain the services of your own legal counsel?
I can get public assistance.
Okay. So answer a couple of
I
questions.
mean, you'll get a public defender. I agree that she'll get a public defender, Oh, hey now, my PTSD. Thank you. Looky there. 25% off for the 4th of July. Wait a minute. I need to go in there and check my merch store. You guys are awesome. Thank you, my PTSD. So she is very cold, right? It's not unlike we've seen before, right? I mean, these mothers are like I said, I must be so fucking sensitive because I don't know. I could never, ever, ever imagine anybody else hurting my daughter, let alone me hurting my daughter. The guilt that would be associated with even allowing for a man to come in and do that BS. But there's nothing, you don't feel nothing. That's always disturbing and concerning to me.
Questions for me?
Mother to mother.
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
Transcom.
Transcom?
Yes, sir.
Do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
And on average, what do you typically bring home every 2 weeks?
1,300.
And Scranton, you're not the only one. Like, people were like, oh wow, she makes too much. It's not a high threshold for the courts. Like, I've seen people in court and the judge has been like, especially like Will County, by Chicago, like the judge would be like, I see that you're wearing a gold, ring, you got bracelets on, you got jewelry, you can sell things, right? Like, sometimes they're really hard on people, but in the same way they should be tough on people. They shouldn't be giving them all of these amenities and luxuries. They live better than I do in prison, for F's sake. They live better than a lot of us. They're well taken care of, it seems. And it seems like they just kind of like, get into that life, right, where it's comfortable for them. And as long as they got noodles and they got their fucking peanut butter, it's all good. We need to stop babying these people. 20 years for taking the life of that beautiful little girl. It should be presumptive that we live till about 80 years old, and they should give her as long as they took from that little girl. I don't care if this mother birthed that little girl or not, because I lose respect big time. It's earned. It's not just given, ma'am. This kind of blows my mind. She makes too much. I mean, again, Scranton, I don't know. Like I said, I've seen them be pretty hard on people, and I think it's warranted here. Petty things and things like that. People can change. People can learn their lessons. This is like far beyond learning a lesson. This is one that she should pay for the rest of her natural life, in my opinion. She's acting like she got a damn speeding ticket. I mean, unbelievable. Get those tablets. Holly, I'm coming for their tablets and their peanut butter. They can't have none of it. And I'm a softie a lot of the time too. I feel bad for people. I'm like, oh, I give them the benefit of the doubt. I try, because I do want to see the good in people, but it's lost on me with somebody like this. This is a cold ass lady. She is cold, and she is not and calculated, in my opinion, because look, like I said, they kept this for a long time. Some people think it's even longer than a month. I'm just saying hypothetically a month based on what law enforcement's saying. Now, do I think it could be longer than that? Yeah, I do. Because again, they lived in Union, South Carolina. They just recently moved, and the neighbors said they didn't see her outside playing ever. And again, if they're trying to tell us that she was playing all of a sudden outside at 8:30 with the chickens, and she never does that ever, that's our first indication that something is wrong, right? It's a deviation from the norm. Their baseline means everything. Their baseline is the most important thing to us. If we can establish what their baseline and what their normal is, and we can see them deviate from that even a little bit, that's a red flag. Red flag. They are sticking to they remind me of the Haros. And I know there was another case. Her name is Nevaeh, I believe her name is, and I need to look that case up. I just heard about it today. So I can't afford no lawyers either. Scranton, I'd be like, I can't afford it. It does. It stinks to high heaven. It sure does. Yeah, not good sign if they moved just before the child went missing. Gabby, and they had her little pink scooter outside, and it was all dirty and everything. Like, she had played on it before. Like she had been an outside kid maybe that used to play outside. before something horrible happened to her. And I wonder if they just put it out there as a prop, because a lot of the neighbors were saying, we never saw her outside. We never saw a little kid. It reminded me of Sebastian when Bobby, the neighbor, said we didn't even know a kid lived there. And, you know, we know that Sebastian loved to go swimming. He was never invited over to the neighbors' houses. They all have pools, in-ground pools. I don't know about your guys' neighborhood growing up, but, you know, when the neighborhood has pools, people tend to go over to the neighbor's house and make friends with the neighbor and, get invited over to the pool and stuff like that. Especially in summer, it's hot. Kids like to play all together. You know, whatever happened to that kind of stuff, you know? Did this little girl even have friends? Or was she just stuck in the house with these two fucking psychopaths? You know? We'll never know. We'll never know what happened to her. Because they're never going to tell the truth. The only semblance of truth that we're going to get out of these two cold-ass people are just to save their own behinds. And that's it. That's it. You know? So... oh my gosh, Seth, I bet you that costs out the ass. I mean, they all do. It's like a $2,000 retainer right up front, right, for anything. Like, whether you're in trouble, whether you're not in trouble, or you need this or that, whatever it is from lawyers, they are not cheap, you know? And that's God willing that you get a good one, you know? Thank you, Jenny. In my opinion, I wonder if she was already gone when they lived in the Union, South Carolina, and that's why they moved. Well, and I'm wondering, you know, if that's on part of, I wonder if they're going off of digital evidence or if they're going off what the parents are saying. Because if they're going off what the parents are saying, they could be going down a whole wild goose chase, in my opinion. You know, but if they're going on digital evidence and where these people have been, right, mainly probably the dad. I'm guessing the mom stayed home while this was going on and he did the dirty part of it. I might be wrong on that. But, you know, I don't know. There's just something about her that is very cold and calculated. But then again, I wonder if there's more to it that maybe I'm not fully seeing. And, you know, I kind of have an inkling about it. Again, it's not an excuse to me. You know, you're scared. Well, how do you think a 4-year-old feels? You know, you're a big girl. Get in between that. You know, it's time to get in between that.
Anybody else live in the household with you?
Yes, sir. The father.
Coffee crush.
So just one?
Yes, sir.
Does he do anything to contribute to the financial status of the home?
He worked at DHL.
Okay.
They both had good jobs.
All right, at this time, you make too much money to qualify for a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
So you're going to need to...
And that's another thing that I don't understand. They're both working. They're both, could possibly be a nice looking couple, right? If they weren't monsters. They got a beautiful blessing of a daughter. They have another blessing on the way. And this is what they choose. You know, it makes no sense to me. I mean, is our world that warped, or what is going on? Because this on the surface looks like a decent little family, right? Again, I don't judge people for living in a double wide. I don't judge them for living in a camper situation. I don't judge them for any of that. That doesn't matter to me, because it doesn't matter how much money you have. It matters how much love you have, right? I mean, yes, you need money to eat. Yes, you need money for a roof over your head. But I'm saying, if they have that, what were they doing? What kind of evil shit? Is it because of the Mad Dogs? Don't give me that.
Retain the services of legal counsel on your own. You also have a first court appearance set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. Right. If you're able to bond out, then you'll need to be there for this first appearance. If you have not bonded out on these charges, the sheriff's office will transport you to the courtroom. Does Victim Services have anything they'd like to add to the record this morning?
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
Hey, would you like your very own Shopify?
Chuchi, yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. In my opinion, he looks evil and she looks like a manipulator. Well, and they both were given the puppy dog eyes, and if I wasn't wiser to the situation, I might think for a second like, oh, these poor, did this really happen? If I didn't know about true crime and all the different scenarios where we see these people only showing, this again puppy-eyed doe look because because they got caught. It's like they don't feel guilty for what they've done. They have no remorse, I think they are playing evil. I hate to say it. Like, I hate to just be like, yes, they are. But I mean, how could you do that to this little girl? And again, it's not like they were so destitute, like, oh my gosh, we need money so bad. No, they're both working. So what the hell is going on? Right. And I heard that he hadn't been working for very long. I don't know how long she's been employed or how that works just yet. We'll find out as it unfolds, and feel free to let me know if you guys know. Yeah, yeah, they have all that disposable income to hire $15K for him to do nothing but cause issues, and in my opinion, not talk about Sebastian. Well, Witchy, I thought about that too. That is such a great point. I'm so glad you brought that up. Who's babysitting? For all we know, she could have been left by herself. Or maybe this is a new job that he got or something. Maybe he was home before or something. I don't know. But that's a good question. Very good question.
Put anything on the record? Very well. All right. Ms. Herring, with regards to the homicide by child abuse, it carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge.
Wait a minute. She just said, Have you looked that up, ma'am? Have you looked up to see what your time would be for this? Because I'm sure it was sitting with you for a whole last month, or if not longer. So, yep, I already know. Okay, And
the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set bond. You will have to go before a circuit court judge. The circuit court judge will basically do what I'm doing, but will have the authority to set a bond on you.
I hope they deny your ass again.
Sometime within 30 days, you will have that opportunity to go before the circuit court judge. With regards to the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and the circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning, there is no bond that is set for you. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
She wanted to get up as soon as possible and leave that courtroom, but she stopped herself. It looked like she was ready to get up and get on out of there as quickly as she possibly could, and then she realized that she's stuck.
If you would just sign the initial where it's highlighted in yellow.
All right, and I know, you know what? Don't come for me. Do not come for me with this. She's got her nails done, looking pretty. How do you go on like this? How do you go on without the precious little baby that God gave to you? How do you go on and go get your nails done? How? Just tell me how, right? You could tell me I'm wrong, but how? Tell me how. Unbelievable. Well, I'm glad you're here, Gabby, and I'm glad that, if you guys are new to this case, or if you guys haven't watched any of the coverage, I'm glad that you're here because, Little Javea deserves to have people know her story and know what happened to her. Freaking gold nails, my lord.
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see how. I mean, I don't. And I like to get my nails done. I'm a girly girl. You guys know that. When I've been on camera, my nails are always done. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, you know, it's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me that she still had that at the forefront to take care of herself, even though her baby's gone. And she knows where her baby is. Maybe that's why it's easy for her to just do whatever. I don't know. All right. So I'm just gonna play this out a little bit. I think it's about to start in a minute here. Again, credit to WRDW. Live coverage has done a great job. So Gabby, she had a baby the night she had her baby, the night that she reported Javea missing. Oddly enough, that's another strange twist in this case. That is a little bit different than the other ones that we've heard of. You know, Scranton, I would love to know what type of evidence they have to suggest that, but the press conference came out and, you know, the sheriff was like, listen, when I say that we have it on good authority and based on the evidence collected that Javea is not with us anymore and she's been gone for a month, you know? So no, they don't. They ain't got a job anymore, Seth. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The neighbors were talking to the little girl. Sorry, Jenny says the neighbors were talking, and the little girl was giving baths and things. That's crazy. I'm glad they did, but my God, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% what all the neighbors have said. I've seen quite a few things kind of circulating around. Hey, Rosebud. Rosebud says, really wondering what triggered them to call police and claim her missing. You know, I'm wondering the same thing too, because according to the boyfriend, you know, or Javea's dad, they were saying, he was saying that the mother did not expect to have the baby that night, right? She was not due on that day, that she went into labor because of stress. It was stress-induced labor and that sort of thing. So I wonder the same thing myself. And I think it's a legitimate question, you know? The Chimu press-ons. That's funny, my PTSD. I'm like, how do you do that, though? Like, even so, I mean, look, your little baby is missing. You don't know where she is, or your husband has done something horrible to her, or maybe you just don't care, you know? I think it was because she knew she was about to give birth, and that would have raised more questions. I think so, Seth. I mean, I can see that definitely. People were asking about Javea. Like, the family members were definitely asking about her. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She did, and she did give birth. Yeah. Yes, she did. Sorry, I'm a little behind in the chat. So yeah, absolutely. Let's see. We're gonna go back in here. Let me just.
Is for 12:30. They were trying to find a judge to get in here because in South Carolina you have to have a specific judge to handle cases specifically for homicide by child abuse charges. So they have found that judge. We know that our crews have been escorted back at this time. Of course, we're a little delayed from the 12:30 time frame. So our crews are back in that courtroom right now. We will get live updates as soon as we have them. We'll share those when we learn what Javea's father's fate is with this bond hearing. So I don't know if they're going to bring the mother back in to address the homicide by child abuse charge, because again, this morning the judge said that he did not have the authority to set bond for that charge, but because the filing a false police report charge was connected to the homicide by child abuse charge, that's why he denied bond and held her. So we're not sure if she is going to show back up to the courtroom with the father this afternoon, but again, we do have a crew there who just got escorted back, so we'll bring you live updates as soon as we have them related to this bond hearing. But I know a lot of people have been asking if Javea's body has been found at this time. We do not have confirmation of that. We know that search crews are still out there looking. That's the information we were last given. We know that they are in the area of Great Falls, South Carolina, which is in Chester County, and that's where crews were looking. We know that SLED had their helicopter up yesterday. It took off from Columbia at around noontime, did a couple circles in the Great Falls area around water and bodies of water and along the shoreline too of a river or creek over there. So that.
Okay, guys, so that's a little bit of a new development. I just wanted to point that out because originally they were in Fairfield County, right? This all went down in Aiken. Then they moved to Fairfield. Then they were tracked. The SLED helicopter was tracked again to this location. So they're definitely checking out areas of interest. I don't know how they're coming to those conclusions or how they are determining where to search. I would hope it'd be on digital data rather than the word of the parents, because I hate to think they're putting them on a wild goose chase, but we don't know.
That was the last information we had. We know that there was a mobile command center from the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office as well as DNR and deputies out there searching, and it was closed to the public as well.
And Gabby, they were actually living in Union, South Carolina, and they moved to Aiken. So yeah, they did a move. I want to say about a month or two, not to misquote anything, but right around the time she seemed to have disappeared, in my opinion.
So again, if you're just now joining us, Javea's father is now in the courtroom learning his fate with the bond hearing. So we'll see what the judge has to say related to that. They had to get a special judge, a circuit court judge, to address this homicide by child abuse charge because under state law, when there's an offender who is facing a charge that has to do with life in prison or a very serious crime like this, then you have to have a specific judge to address that. And the judge this morning didn't have the authority to address that. Plus, the father said he was not ready for his bond hearing. So I think while we're waiting for information on that bond hearing...
Well, what are you waiting for? Aren't you ready for it when you've already known that for at least a month that this was coming? You had to have known this was coming. You know? You had to have known.
Catch everyone up to speed. Let's play... Can we play the video from the mother's bond hearing?
This is a surprise. And what else better do you have to do, sir?
This morning. Okay, we'll pull it up here in a second. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we have the mother's bond hearing from this morning. We'll play that.
Oh, they're replaying the mother's bond hearing. I'll skip over this, guys, since we just watched it. Thank you, YouTubers here. Allegedly, Aiken County SO say that the newborn baby, which we don't know the gender or anything like that, praying for that little baby, born on July 1st, is in the care of a family member. That's what I heard, too. I heard CPS kind of came involved. I don't know if it's, you know, how they say it out in South Carolina. I have to become familiar with that. So I make sure I get it right. But, you know, their version of CPS is involved and took the baby at the hospital, to the best of my knowledge, gave them to a family member. I hope that it's a good choice. I trust it is. You know, to the best I can, trust it is. I'm saying I trust it is. It must be okay. You know what I mean? Like, I just, let's just do it right for these kids. This baby, poor baby, comes into this world like this.
If you didn't...
Let me go ahead and get past our skull guy, our skeleton man with money. Let's see. And we see the mama. She's very cold. Okay. Yeah. Yep. I know. 20 years. Gotcha. Got my orange Crocs, sporting those. Okay. Let's listen to Will again. Here's well, we'll just wait for the end of this. But again, they had to they had to reschedule her. They brought in another judge now to oversee the father because they needed the other judge to come in. So they went ahead and did a switch
bond related to the homicide by child abuse charge. So we did just get a live update from Sydney Hood, our reporter there in the courtroom now, who said that Harris, the father, just walked into the courtroom now. So this bond hearing for the father is actively happening. So any updates that she provides, I will bring them live to you right here as we get them. So stick with us as we work to get this information out to you guys. They had to go get a special judge, a circuit court judge, to deal with this because violent crimes require in South Carolina that a specific judge, a circuit court judge, needs to set bond, and homicide by child abuse is one of those charges. They are the ones who have the bond setting authority exclusively for charges like this. But again, you're seeing this footage from earlier this morning for the mother. This was her bond hearing. It's unclear if she's going to show back up to bond court this morning to address the homicide by child abuse charge, but she will have that arraignment, that first appearance on September 18th at 9 a.m. That's when she will enter into a plea of guilty or not guilty at that time. So a little more than a month away before we learn.
I mean, I know I'm paying a lot of attention to her hands at this moment, right? But I mean, obviously they're focusing into, I mean, she's not showing nerves or anything. She's not shaking. She's just writing like as if she's filling out some paperwork. Okay, great. Unbelievable. I mean, I don't know. Maybe again, I'm too sensitive, but I'd be shitting my pants for one thing.
What her plea will end up being. She was in court today by herself, no family, no attorney there. You heard the judge say she does not qualify for a public defender, so she will have to go and retain counsel on her own because she didn't qualify again for public defender status. And
I don't feel sorry for her because I don't know not one of my family members that would be over there supporting my ass had I ever hurt my child. Ever. Never. They would be like, good luck. I mean, they're probably busy taking care of her other baby.
That she will have
but they're
to be
expected to show up to court, and I'm not going after Will. This guy is a sweetheart, I know. I'm just saying, what?
She will adhere to DSS requirements. So Department of Social Services with the state is involved at this time. I know that a lot of people have asked about the baby that she gave birth to. When she called 911 and said Javea was missing, we know that she did have a child in the hospital, and that child is with other family at this time. So that's what we know about the situation. Javea's body has still not been recovered as far as we know. That's the last information we have from the sheriff's office. And we know that they were searching up in Great Falls, South Carolina. That's in Chester County. Your Meredith Anderson was up there yesterday and got plenty of photos and videos, and Javea's family actually showed up to the scene, and some of them telling us that they learned about most of this or that she was deceased because of Facebook posts, which is heartbreaking to hear. So that's the newest update today in the search. For those of you joining us outside the area, this is in Aiken County, South Carolina, right next to Augusta, Georgia. And we are waiting for more information related to the bond hearing for the father of Javea Harris. He is in court right now, and he walked in about 5 minutes ago, so that is going on right now. We should know shortly.
He finally decided to grace us with his presence over there. But Gabby, they do have evidence. Oh yes, ma'am, they do. And they have evidence, according to the press conference that was done yesterday. They have evidence to believe that Javea is not with us anymore, that she is deceased because of abuse at the hands of the parents. And again, that there's a picture that's circulating of her, and she's just adorable. But if you zoom in on her face, you can see that there's absolutely, I call it a shiner. a shiner on her face, a black eye, um, bruising under her eye, um, possibly her little fingers. I still can't shake that either. But there's, it's funny. It's like the abuse is so normalized to these people that they put that crap out there. I mean, we've seen it in Sebastian's case, and the TBI and Sumner County Sheriff's Office tried to cover it up. That's why I'm begging people, don't cover this up. Don't show why. Show us. We might not have all the details yet, but we can deduct when we see her face like that. It makes me sick. It makes me want to invite some people to swim with the alligators. Wood Chipper Island. New candidates and qualifiers for Wood Chipper Island, because that's how upset it gets me when it comes to this little girl. Like I said, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine what would ever possess them to hurt her. She is way too calm, Scranton. She's not batting an eyelash for real. She's over there just like she's signing a car lease. Like she just won a damn new car or something. Like, okay, we're gonna get this over with. Yeah, she's not on trial for right. Just I know it's like she ran a red light or stop sign or something like that. Hey guys, be a walking billboard for Sebastian. You can go to fourthwall.com and pick out some different options, t-shirts, hoodies. I love my purse that I have. It's not a purse, it's a satchel. No, I'm just kidding. I always got to say that. I don't know why. Thomas Randall, good to see you. Hey, Thomas Randall. She acts like she shoplifted. Cinderella, I'm telling you, she acts like she's fucking filling out a sweepstakes form or some shit. I'm like, what the hell is this, Thank you, Seth. You can see the evil in both of these parents, especially the dad. I know, especially the dad. I know, but Thomas, I don't want to discount that one because she's way too calm. I'm like, oh God, now that I see her body language, I'm like, oh, okay. So, which link isn't working? We got to get that link working. Work that link. Take him to the train station. Scranton, I'll tell you what. My gosh, I just think it's terrible. I think it's terrible, and I think that this should be everywhere. Everybody should be talking about this, and I do see quite a few people talking about it on YouTube, and I love to see that because these kids need the coverage, every single one of them. Okay, says Gabby, how horrible. So many of these cases now, shaking my head. Yes, his chocolate milk pick doesn't look like chocolate milk to me. Boom, exactly, Gabby. How about the one where they knew that there was bruising on the back of Sebastian's neck, as if somebody grabbed him back there and pinched his neck or something, or hurt him in the back of the neck for some reason? I don't know. I can't imagine why they would do that. But they went ahead and had one of their dumbass friends over there. I mean, take your pick. Any one of them are dumb, but I'm just saying one of them did it, in my opinion. And they covered it up. And not very convincingly, I might add, because you could tell that they blurred it out. They also blurred some of the light fixture. Unbelievable. I could be wrong, but I fear it wasn't. No, I chocolate milk doesn't look like that, in my opinion. I've had a milk mustache myself a time or two, and no. No. And again, it's all alleged in our opinion, right? We're speculating, but I've seen bruising on Sebastian's neck in the front. I've seen bruising on the back of his neck. I've seen his eye as well. I mean, his 8th grade photo looks like he's haunted. That's one of our friends said that. I'll never forget that. His eyes look haunted. He looked really upset in that picture. And he loved picture day. We all remember how much Sebastian loved picture day, and he wanted to make sure that he looked really good on picture day. Hey Tam, good to see you. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Tam. It's just so hard. I wish we had some more emotion from these people, the mothers in these cases. It really upsets me. The fathers, I mean, I'm not a father, I'm a mother. So, hey Jenny Machete, good to see you, girl. I heard I shared the link, the working link. Oh, good. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Seth. That's wonderful. We'll make sure. Thank you. Thanks, Chuchi. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, any links, Seth, that's why you have a wrench. Like I don't give you a wrench because I expect you to work in here, but you've caught a troll a time or two. But no, you paste your links anytime you want to, and I appreciate you putting Sebastian's flyer out there all the time because we need to have his awareness, and that's another reason that I love covering other cases. Not that I love doing this. This is horrible. I wish we had a better outcome. I wish I could come up here, guys. Update: she was found. She was wandering around. She was playing outside in the chicken coop, and we found her. Right? She's been found. Thank God. Great job to the authorities. Everybody, wonderful. I hate this outcome. I absolutely hate it, but it brings more awareness to other different places, and then also for people who haven't heard about Sebastian's case or people who have not heard about Javea's case. you know um, it just works hand in hand. It just kind of it works seamlessly. Thank God for that. Thank God for that, at least. And thank you guys for the pink hearts. Like I said, I don't know her favorite color, but um, yeah, no, I know, Seth. I know I'm the same way, though. I know exactly how you feel. But it's for a good cause. That's always the thing that's at the forefront of my brain too, because these things take time, they take money, they take energy. All of that stuff is so important, and that's what I'm always trying to think of ways that we can do more. How do we do more? How do we spread resources out? And I would rather give to something like that than to someone that I didn't know. So
And get some updates here in the next minute or so. We do have a reporter in that courtroom, so I'm looking at some of y'all's questions too, and I'll try to answer them the best we can.
And I haven't found a GoFundMe or anything like that for the family. I don't know if I'm not sure what they want or need. But I'm always here to help. If I could do something to spread awareness or anything like that, I'm here to help.
And this is some of the video on your screen. You can see before that picture of the Great Falls area where they were doing that search. We were able to find this out. Meredith looked it up yesterday on a website called FlightAware. It's a public website that you can actually track tail numbers, and there's the flight path from SLED's helicopter that took off yesterday at around noon from Columbia.
Yeah, and look at all this water. Yesterday around noon from Columbia, I think he's about to say. I'm sorry to stop it again. But yeah, this water, if she is in this water, which I think that she very well could be, right? I mean, that there's also lots of woods and stuff in places like that, but typically we'll see people doing these things and putting the people in water. Ugh. I think we need to get Splash in touch with SLED, or I don't know if they know about Javea's case, but we need to let them know.
Columbia, you can actually track this yourself. It's public record, a public website, if you know the tail number. So we were able to look that up online and saw that SLED's helicopter went up there and searched for about 20 minutes or so, and you can see their path and how they were circling around the pond and the water that was in that area, and some of the banks of it too. So we didn't know why they were up there. They could have been up there for a variety of reasons, and Meredith ended up running into family up there, and we ended up getting that independently confirmed. Excuse me.
Right, because they were there and they didn't know what to do. They're just trying to be close to that baby. I can't imagine what they're going through. Oh, Gabby, she's just a little doll. She's so sweet. Hey, Trooper and Iris's mom. Good to see you. Hey, girl. Thanks for hitting the like. This is another thing I want to say, too, to Meredith and all of these fine folks over at WRDW. They are doing the most, right? They're like, we tracked the plane. You can, too. This is how, right? They're going above and beyond to try to bring us the best information, the most up-to-date information, so we're not left speculating on a whole lot, right? We're very much in the know about this case. In my opinion, we're ahead of the game in this case than we are in many other cases, which is a very positive thing. We need to do that all the time. We need to make this practice consistent, where the news is actually, doing their own investigations and really getting down to the meat and potatoes of this situation, right? Because it closes off speculation, and it puts everybody on the same page, and it makes it so we can streamline a process into helping find this little girl, right? They're doing their job. We know they are, right? We can do our job by spreading awareness. If everybody's doing their own thing, right, but collectively for a common goal, this is the best practice. This is showing that the news wants to get to the bottom of this. They're not sugarcoating, which I hate, by the way. Give it to me straight.
Did the dad have a hearing yet? That is actively going on. If you guys are unfamiliar with the story, you can actually go to WRDW.com. It's our top story on our website to get up to speed on everything. It's a lot to rehash, and I want to make sure that we're up to date with this bond hearing too.
Great coverage.
This is the mother, not the stepmother. She's the mother.
No, they're all biological.
And people are asking how they knew to search up in the Great Falls area. We're still working to find out what information led them there. We don't know if they got a tip through the tip line or video or photo submissions through their website that they set up too. So we're not clear on what evidence or what tip they got to lead them to Great Falls. It's about 2 hours from Augusta, past Columbia. You can see it there on the map. The hearing that you just saw for the mother was not live. We fed that back and then re-aired it, so that wasn't live. We're not allowed to live stream some of these hearings, so we'll have to wait.
Well, and the father was seen, and he caught a whopper of a fish too. I would have been proud of that fish, and he looked like he was having a good day. We were trying to do a comparison of the area, although he was there when the trees were bare, and then there was another picture that we had found, and there was the trees were full and everything. It looked like probably like a summertime picture, and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, Chuchi, that's I think of a good theory. We know people like to go where they're accustomed to, right? Where they're familiar with, where they know the area. I don't know what transpired here. I don't know if that was something, too personal, that they may have went fishing together, the two of them, or something like that. And we don't know what has transpired here. All we know is that it's absolutely wrong, and they're not being forthcoming, not as if something happened accidentally. That's not their first story, right? Their first story is that she's been gone for quite a while, and not a good outcome. Hey, Detroit, good to see you. Hey, good to see you. Hey, happy 4th of July. And thank you for watching the replay. I caught you on the replay on the comments. Good to see you. And of course, I'm always praying for you and your daughter, Detroit. Well, your whole family, girl.
We'll have to wait until it's over. Okay, here we go. I've got some information. Okay, for bond court with the dad, I'm going to read over this real quick to make sure I have it straight.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I...
Okay, and again, they're doing such a good job. I know they're doing live streams and stuff, kind of like we do on YouTube. And I'm sure it's something that's kind of different for them until they get the hang of it. And then it'll just be second nature. But I appreciate them. Again, just the way they're getting the up-to-date information, and the way that they're trying to get all the facts straight, right? Because if we're operating off of assumptions or bad facts, then we're wasting our time. You're wasting everybody's time doing that crap. Thank God they're not doing that. Thank you for not bullshitting us for once, mainstream media.
Okay. So we can confirm that bond has been denied for Javiah Harris's father now. So bond denied for both parents in this case. I'll read to you some notes that we got from our reporter here in the courtroom, but this is breaking. The father has been denied bond. The mother, we knew earlier this morning, was also denied bond. So same judge as earlier presiding over this case. So he was not a circuit court judge. He couldn't address this situation with the homicide by child abuse. So again, it carries 20 years to life in prison. From the notes, they said when the judge asked the father if he wanted to see if he qualified for a court-appointed attorney, he struggled to answer and then asked the judge to repeat the question. So the judge said, let's see if you qualify for an attorney. He said he was employed by DHL Ridgestone, gets paid weekly, doesn't know how much, and said when asked if there were any others in the household, he said, my girlfriend, and then in a softer tone said, my child. He's not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, so he will have to find counsel on his own. The judge said a circuit court judge will handle bond, but the judge said today that bond is being denied and being transferred to a circuit court judge. So there's more to all of this. They will be back in court. It's unknown when that will be. So we're going to have to figure that out. Again, we know that Mishaela Herring's first appearance will be on September 18th at 9 a.m., where she'll enter into a plea. So we're going to work on getting some of that video back. They've got to get out of the courtroom and get some more information. Then they'll feed that back to us, and then we will get that on this stream as soon as we can, so you guys can get your first look and first video look at him and hear what he had to say and hear what the judge had to say in court as well.
You know, I find it funny too, because like Malaya Brooks Murray, she had said something so similar than the father did, Mr. Harris. You know, he's talking to Will here, and he did the interview with him, and you know, he declined an on-camera interview, by the way, just to like let everybody know that. But either way, the first one that he did, he sounded just like her. Oh, she's friendly though. She's friendly. Like, oh, she doesn't know about stranger danger. I'm like, oh gosh, that is so reminiscent of Jack and Lily out of Nova Scotia, Canada. So, in my opinion, update laws 20 to life should be 50. Yeah, 50 to life. I agree. No ifs. Good to see you, and thanks for being here. I agree. And hey, Shauna. Yeah, I agree 100%. It's just too easy on them. You know, they serve easy time anyway. They got a freaking tablet. They got peanut butter, ramen noodles, making prison burritos. I saw that taffy, that prison taffy candy that people are making. Crunching up Jolly Ranchers. For crying out loud, I don't have any Jolly Ranchers. I'm jealous. I don't have a tablet. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I'm only teasing about that, but but honestly, give me a break. These people got it made in the shade.
I'm just reading some updates.
So okay, so while he's reading updates, I'm just going to talk. I mean, look at where that little shit Mackenzie Sharilla is. I mean, she's over there complaining, oh, I don't want to read the same books twice, mommy, and all this crap. I mean, it's just ridiculous. They got it so easy. I'm sick of those plea deals too, Troopers, Mom. And that's the thing. I'm afraid that they're gonna. It is like a please deal. It is. It's pleasing the court to you know, they're using it as leverage. But yeah, plea deal.
All right. Again, the father's bond was just denied. Let me see. There's more information here. I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry, guys.
No worries. You are doing fabulous.
Okay, so
here he goes.
The circuit court will hear bond with... Okay, here we've got some video for you guys. This just happened, so we're feeding this back here as quickly as we can. I mean, this just happened, so you guys are getting your first look with me. I'm also seeing this for the first time with you guys.
Mr. Harris.
Big time, Jenny.
Today is Sunday, July 5th, 2026. My name is Judge Thornton. You're in bond court. When bond is set, and if you can meet the requirements of the bond, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. You've been charged with homicide by child abuse, which carries a...
No. You don't get to shake your head no to that. That's a yes. That is a yes. And let me know if you guys see him smirking, because there's everybody's saying he's smirking, and I'm like, is he smirking? Because I know he's not smirking right now. What is to smirk about? What is to smirk about?
prison sentence, if convicted, of 20 years to life.
But I do want to point out, oh, look, and he's not, now he's affirmatively nodding yes. Really quick, I'll back it up. The mother did not do this. The mother just sat there stone cold, took it as it came. He's saying no. When the charges are read to him, he says no. But then he's about to say yes.
You've been charged with homicide by child abuse, which carries a prison sentence, if convicted, of 20 years to life. You understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and obligation to attend all court proceedings.
Imagine.
All right, so he knows what he's in for. In my opinion, they probably Googled this shit to figure out how long they were going to do for this.
You have the right to represent yourself and get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start that qualification process today, but it is up to you to follow up. Your case is going to be heard in the General Sessions Court.
You know what's crazy? Well, apparently this is the same damn judge. I just realized that. You know what's crazy, Trooper's mom, is I can't find a record for him or the mother. I can't find one for either one of them. They both had jobs. They both had a life. They both have this beautiful baby, a baby on the way. That's what I don't understand about this. What happened? What is the disconnect? What happened besides good old-fashioned abuse and domestic violence and all that toxicity? That's what I see here. Just, snap judgment without knowing the whole story. But that's what I'm seeing, because there's no other reason for it. To take that for granted, to take that little girl for granted the way they did, to take their other baby for granted. They're being blessed, and they're not taking it for what it is. They're squandering it. He's pissed because he's missing out. He's missing out on drinking that Mad Dog. he needs a black. Shit, I need a Black and Mild. I'm like, damn, you're making me want to smoke, and I want some Mad Dog over here. Pour me some Mad Dog. No, I agree though. He's pissed that he got caught, right? He's pissed that he got caught. Now he can't chill. You would have done the right thing. You could have taken some time to chill when it was necessary, when it was, warranted. But instead, he turned his head down into the side as he shook his head, lie with embarrassment. See? And good point, Shauna. Good point. And he definitely looks guilty with those puppy dog eyes. I'll tell you that much right now. He's kind of looking up like, he knows he's guilty, right? He knows. It's been weighing on them. I guarantee you it's been weighing on them. And sometimes I was thinking maybe he's smirking because embarrassment, right? But also because there's a weight lifted off. Right? I mean, the charade, the jig is up. The whole thing is up. The charade is over with, right? You've been playing everybody, acting like this little girl's just fine and we're about to have another baby. And now, it's over with. So the mom's left eye was turning in a tad. Well, and I think their body language is really important to analyze. I can't say I love going over that kind of stuff, but it's interesting to me. It is really strange. I've been looking to see if there was anything prior. Now, of course, CPS isn't going to show up very easily. So there may have been some involvement. And again, when we're thinking county to county, this is why Sebastian's Law is very important too, because there needs to be some oversight. We need oversight. I mean, we need to have a database like they do for people when they check out people's backgrounds, right? We need to have that for if they've had any CPS stuff, right? That way it's flagged. That way we can't say it fell through the cracks. It just has to be flagged. You know? Permastone, Detroit. He's a burnout. You could go deeper into it, but not getting caught. Right. Yeah, never getting well, and that's the thing too, Shauna. Sometimes people don't get caught. They'll do things over and over again. And especially with domestic violence, we know that people don't get in trouble for that. They just don't. A lot of times the victims are afraid to come forward. They're shamed about it. Even if the state picks up the charges, you still need a witness. They thought it was just going to be a misdemeanor and a slap on the wrist for the parents. Scranton, this is another case that we're seeing like Sebastian's, where they didn't think it was going to get this big. They did not think it was going to get this big. They didn't think that it was going to get, that little Javea wasn't going to get the attention. They underestimated her because it's just like Sebastian. He stole my heart the minute I saw him. So they underestimated her. Shame on them. Now they get what they deserve. Yeah, embarrassed only because of family and TV, not from shame or guilt. That's true, because they know they're. I mean, I'm sure they know that this is a spectacle. You know, that they're. Oh yeah, I'm sure they know. Because again, I could see him giving that little like, oh, woe is me, you know, oh, poor pitiful me.
So after today's preliminary application, you will be given an opportunity to meet with the Public Defender's Office to confirm if that's the direction you want to go. Court dates, times, and locations of all future court dates and proceedings will be included in the paperwork that I will give you today. Charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you also have a right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms that there's probable cause sufficient to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. Understanding all this and the charges and the penalties that you face, do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or do you plan on contesting these charges by retaining your own legal counsel?
I don't have an attorney or a lawyer yet, but I'm just Can you repeat the question?
Let's just see if you qualify.
Yeah, you're in deep shit, all right. And you could tell he's weighing his options out. But you know, again, I wonder about this when we have the mother of his children, right? And he's not even worried about, like, maybe he's thinking about her. I don't know. Doesn't seem like he is. You know, I mean, I'm gonna go with no. But what about her? What about her attorney? Are you worried about her or anything? I mean, you know, chivalry is dead. I tell you.
Qualify. So a court-appointed attorney.
Well, and again, you know, and I heard people in the chat too. It's like, you know, they don't have a job. If they were employed before, they don't have a job now. I'm guaranteeing it, right? Or a career or any of that. It's over, right? So, I mean, unless they have a savings or something set back for this, which, you know, we don't know. They might have been. I doubt it, though.
You're employed anywhere?
yes, sir.
Where do you work?
DHL Bridgestone.
Say that again for me.
DHL Bridgestone.
And do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly? Weekly. And what do you, on average, bring home every week?
It was my first check. I haven't seen it yet.
So you don't know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to confirm because I thought this is what he had said earlier too. It was his first paycheck, so he just started. right? I don't know where he worked prior to that, but and thank you guys. Thank you, Chuchi. Thank you for the pink hearts, guys. That really means a lot. I know. Shauna, I'm saying he didn't have a bad gig going. You know, I mean, but again, this all happened before he got that job, apparently.
All right, besides you, how many of us live in the household with you?
Just me, my girlfriend, and my child.
Okay, does she contribute to the financial status of the house?
Did you see that, guys? Did you see him? He said, me, my girlfriend, and our child. And then he shook his head no, and now he's given that 50-yard stare. Scranton, they are all together. They're biological parents, so they're just not married. So Javea's mom's his girlfriend, who he's referring to, and then their little child. Then again, they had one on the way that was born the night that Javea was reported missing. So I just want to show you guys that again with his body language, because I think it says a lot just looking at him and him saying my child, our child, but shaking his head no, because he knows what happened to his child. In my opinion, he knows.
You also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109.
I think I went back too far. Sorry, guys. Or too ahead.
And my child.
Okay, all right, besides you, how many of us live in the household with you?
Just me, my girlfriend, and my child.
Okay, does she contribute?
I mean, I'm not going to say that that's a glimpse of remorse, but it's definitely him reminiscing on the family that he no longer has, in my opinion.
Contribute to the financial status of the house as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. Once again, don't try to keep up with all these numbers and dates in your head. It'll be a part of the paperwork that I'll give you in just a few minutes. Remember that you also have a right to request a preliminary hearing, and the paperwork included as well. That you've got 10 days to submit that paperwork, and that 10 days starts today.
Best get on it.
Now, with regards to the charge, bond, you're here to have a bond set.
Sure thing, Shauna. I think that's where people were also saying that he looks like he's smirky. Like he's smirking a little bit, right? Like I think that's exactly whereabouts that, yeah. Give me 1 second. I think we're at 24.
You also have a first initial court appearance date.
Nope, I got to go back a little bit more.
Status of the house as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, besides you, how many of us live in the household with you?
Just me, my girlfriend, and my child.
Okay, does she contribute to the financial status of the house as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. Once again, don't try to keep up with all these numbers and dates in your head. It'll be a part of the paperwork that I'll give you in just a few minutes. Remember that you also have a right to request a preliminary hearing, and there's paperwork included as well. That you've got 10 days to submit that paperwork, and that 10 days starts today. Now, with regards to the charge, you're here to have a bond set, but this court does not have the authority or the jurisdiction to set a bond for a sentence of a crime that could get you life in prison. So today's bond is being denied, and it's also being transferred to the circuit court, where a circuit court judge will hear this case within the next 30 days, and the circuit court judge will set the bond for the charge.
You're welcome, Shauna. Yeah, I mean, he does. I'm seeing he does look pitiful, guys, but I think he's looking pitiful because he knows damn well he's in deep shit. Nowhere to run now. This has been weighing on him. And thank you, Trooper and Iris's mom. Thank you so much. I know we've been looking, Chuchi. I wonder, though, if there's more, because it's just so weird to me that this would just all of a sudden. But again, the DV factor, the factor of child abuse is hidden, sometimes it's even masked by discipline. We know that with Sebastian's case.
But for now, there is no bond. All right?
And in no way, shape, or form do I think a grown man, right, should be putting his hands on that little girl. I know that's his daughter, but no, hell no. She doesn't need all that.
I do not qualify you at this point for a court-appointed attorney. So it would be my advice to you to seek legal counsel to represent you as you move forward. All right, best of luck to you. We're adjourned.
Yeah, Chuchi, he's going to have to be careful in there about Bubba. You know what I mean? He's going to have to be careful of Bubba. They did arraign him on a Sunday on a holiday weekend too. Yeah, Bunny. Hey, Bunny. So yeah, isn't that interesting? He's surely pitiful. And again, I think those puppy dog guys, he's trying to garner some sympathy from people. Don't buy it. Of course, we don't know all of what has transpired, but in my opinion, I feel for this little girl. I think about her rights over any of theirs any day of the week. So yes, women's warrior, there is. Our friend came in and told us that the other night, or last night, excuse me. I believe that good to see you, women's warrior. I believe that there's footage of him breeding and terrifying puppies for dog fighting, allegedly. Yeah, don't believe those eyes. Like right now, he's looking pretty pitiful. Like, oh, you can feel maybe sorry for him a little bit. And again, devil's advocate here. So don't come for me. But what I'm saying is that he's really laying it on thick, in my opinion. And it brings in manipulation tactics, in my opinion. And we are used to seeing those. It's not poor pitiful me. It's poor pitiful thee. For that little child. Where is she? What did you guys do to Javea? Where is she at? What happened to her? Come clean. Tell the truth. Do something good and be a father for once. It's okay. It's okay, Shauna. I'm glad you're analyzing. I need all of your guys' eyeballs looking, And if you guys ever want me to replay, just let me know, too. So it is. We were talking about that too, Detroit, because Seth's like, man, that stuff will mess you up, and I'm like, man, it's been so long since I've drank that, but I know it's kind of like, well, it reminds me of like the Four Locos they have now. is a very potent cheap wine, which is known to cause severe hangovers and vomiting. Blech. It used to be 20% alcohol, hence 2020. Nasty stuff. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's what puts us on our patoot. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for a little bit of research on the mad dogs. And he was like, I got a little mad dog, right? Like to make it seem like he got like a little something, something, but nothing big. You know what I mean? But a little bit of mad dog is a lot of mad dog. Thank you, Detroit. Exactly. I was calling it more of like a malt liquor because I remember it being like super sweet and like super, but yeah, it's like Boone's, but we were talking about like Boone's Farm wine, right? And people were reminiscent about back in the day with the Boone's Farm. So, yeah, Chuchi and who was one of our Dragon Tribe members in here was telling us last night about that. I can't. It was Deborah Dixon. I can't, guys. Like I said, like, no. I know what I can handle and what I can't. And just to know that, because I know about that kind of stuff, right? I know about dog fighting. I know about that stuff. I can't do that. I won't watch it. It makes me sick. I can't even watch the Arms of the Angels commercial. I can't because it makes me sick to see them suffering. You know, or those beagles that they put in, you know, that they were doing experiments and stuff on. I just can't. It breaks my heart. It makes me sick, and it makes me want to feed people to alligators, put them in the wood chipper, the whole 9 yards. So, yeah, the strawberry one. That one's just such a sweet song, though, Shauna. No, we're talking I drink the Boone's. Gabby says I drink the Boone's Farm. You guys are hilarious. It doesn't, no, and none of it makes sense. Oh, K Trooper says this is exactly how CP and KP should have been arraigned. I know, still can't believe the injustice in my town. Trooper and Iris's mom, I agree. Like, this is where I don't understand why the police didn't do this snippy snappy like this, right? Because they already knew. They spent a whole week looking for Sebastian the way they did and pulled out all the stops for what? They scaled back the search on day 8. It took them that long to figure out that they had no footage in the entire neighborhood. It's a tiny little neighborhood. What's weird is Javea's neighborhood is a lot like Sebastian's, like where, you know, not as nice of a home, right? Like Chris and Katie, of course. I mean, money talks and bullshit walks. Let's just put it that way. But I'm talking wooded, like there's a little neighborhood and then there's all woods around of it, right? And then there's other stuff, but then there's woods. So, you know, and again, you know, a 4-year-old's not going to get very far with in terms of Sebastian. He's not going to get far without any shoes on. That was his big disadvantage, even being, you know, 15. Any one of us. And, you know, I've talked about this a bunch of times too. It's like, if you think that you could make it out of Sebastian's neighborhood in the middle of the night in the dark with no shoes on, why don't you try it and see how far you get?
We are asking that he complies with DSS requirements.
Yes. Thank you, Victim Services. I appreciate that. You comply with DSS's requirements.
Yes.
All right. That's a condition of the bond.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right, come on.
Well, there you have it. There's the bond hearing for Jamarie Harris, who is the father of 4-year-old Javea Harris, who is still missing tonight, but is believed to be deceased at this time. You heard the judge say, good luck to you, as he seeks legal counsel or tries to find legal counsel and proceeds with his court hearings as well. So if you guys are just catching up here, the mother, Mishaila Herring, was arrested and charged just like the father was, and had her bond hearing earlier this morning. That was denied, but this judge does not have the authority. You heard him say it does not have the authority to set bond for a homicide by child abuse case because it's a charge that could lead to life in prison or death. So this judge does not have the authority to set a bond for a charge like that in South Carolina. So it has to go to a circuit court judge, and that will be held in the next 30 days or so. where that judge will hear this case and then set bond. So they are essentially held until that hearing happens, where they will go before another circuit court judge and they will hear their case, and then bond will be set at that time as well. So that is the latest update with this case. We still do not have any update on the search for Javea Harris. All we know is that yesterday, DNR, law enforcement, and SLED's helicopter were up in Great Falls, South Carolina, which is Chester County in the upstate, past Columbia, about 2 hours from Augusta. They were up there searching. And at the time, we didn't know why they were searching, but we did end up hearing from from some of Javea's family members who showed up to the scene there. Some of them telling us they heard about some of this news over Facebook, which is just absolutely heartbreaking. And we heard from the sheriff yesterday that this is one of the hardest things that he's ever had to announce in his 30-plus years of law enforcement. And you can find our full coverage on our...
Yeah, Jules, could you imagine? I mean, and him hurting little puppies. I mean, this is the kind of guy we're dealing with, you know? I mean, and that's the thing. It's so hard to judge a book by its cover. And I mean, obviously this cover is telling us that he's got mean eyes and he looks pissed and, you know, not a happy guy in this photo. But in the same way, there's just something about him that just seems like he's very manipulative, very charming when he wants to be. He can maybe lay it on thick if you didn't know him, right? But here we hear that he is not only cruel to children, but cruel to animals too. So... yeah, I just can't. I just can't with, so, oh yeah, you can send it to me, Women's Warrior, and I'll send it to Chuchi. Yeah, or however, guys. Well, you guys know my email. It's just ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com, and it's no apostrophe in freedoms.
Website, WRDW.com, too. We are in Augusta, Georgia. We cover a lot of South Carolina and Georgia, if you guys are unfamiliar with where we are. Great Falls is...
Yeah, and I love their coverage, guys. They've done a great job. I love how they live stream the coverage. It's great.
Past Columbia from where we are is what I mean.
Channel 12.
Chris Cobb.
All right. Oh, geez, Louise. Get out of here with your politicking. So, very interesting. And again, they're given, you know, very strong coverage. They're doing their due diligence in investigating. Very well done. And, you know, I do talk shit on mainstream media, and it's not because I'm not mainstream media and I'm a YouTuber. It's because, you know, I want them to give it to us straight. I don't want them to sugarcoat it, right? I hate that. And they're giving it to us straight, you know, and that's important. And I respect that tremendously, especially when it's a little girl. Javea deserves to be, you know, the facts out there, not to have it convoluted like we've seen with a lot of these other cases. These kids don't deserve that. It needs to be straightforward. The police need to come out. They need to tell us so we're not speculating wildly, right? Because we're always going to wildly speculate in some points. Some people can't help but do it. But when we have the facts and when we have people who use their critical thinking skills and common sense, we can do far better, you know? Yes, Gabby, it should be up and running. If it's not, let me know and I'll get it for you. I will put a new link up, but it should be okay. So yeah, the president's got a mullet. My PTSD. Oh my God. I'm like, get your politicking out of here. We're not talking about politics in here. But I know that I know that, so they're the ones that call the shots. I hate that.
Are we planning to have Sydney live at all? Do we know? Or are we not going to do that? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Aw, thank you, Gabby, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Aw, that's so sweet of you. And it looks like Jenny Machete got it. So welcome to the Dragon Tribe. How cool is that? Yeah, let me make sure. Like I said, if that link is not working, and here's our little party, I got to get you guys a real party going. I don't have anything loaded into the back of this, not like my StreamYard, but I just changed over. So, that's great, Jenny Machete. I'm so glad it landed on you. Fantastic. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. So yes, it's been landing on good people lately. I'm just so grateful for that. I'm always like, oh no, because well, YouTube is so weird like that. It's like, oh here's one of the people that hate watch you. We're gonna give them the gifted membership. I'm like, oh, that's no bueno. Thank you, Women's Warrior. I know that I'm going to take your guys' word for it because I trust the people that are saying this. We have good sources. I'm considering the source on it, and I can't watch anything with dogs being hurt or animals or kids. I mean, I even looked at Gypsy Rose's mom's crime scene photos, and I regret it terribly still to this day.
I know some of you guys are wanting the backstory to this case. I can do a little roundup. I'll be on here for a little bit. We've been live a lot today, so you guys can find a lot of our coverage, our previous coverage online too. But this all started on Tuesday this week, where initially there was a report of a missing 4-year-old at around 8:15, 8:45, and a lot of us got the alerts at around 12:30 a.m. So early in the morning, a lot of us got these government alerts on our phones saying that they were looking for a missing 4-year-old in Aiken, South Carolina. That's when we found out that there was a large law enforcement presence, and they were on the ground searching for this little girl. SLED was involved, and then quickly after that, the FBI out of Columbia got involved, and that's how we knew this was pretty serious. Every missing person's search in case is serious, and it is important, but we knew that this one had an extra level to it when they got involved. So
oh gosh, and it's a little
that's
girl.
Really
it's
what
it's a 4-year-old. It's a 4-year-old little girl. You know what I mean? We know that she couldn't have gotten far like that. We know that she couldn't have. She wasn't just playing out in the chicken coop. I mean, we kind of already knew that, right? And then they were saying that she's nonverbal sometimes. And I'm like, well, and little Miss Sharon, I appreciate her explaining that to us further, but there was just something about that I didn't like. And I think that's what it was. And some of it I was a little bit ignorant to, but more so it was like, I was like, no, that just doesn't add up. The story doesn't match, right? There's something weird with that. And you cannot tell by looking at a person if they're on the spectrum, where they're at on the spectrum and things like that. You can't tell. So it is hard. We have to take the parents' word for it, so, but it's tough because when we take the parents' word for it and they're involved, then they're sending us on a wild goose chase too.
Missing person search to a recovery now, but throughout the week we had large search parties. I mean,
and I don't know if this is her mother right here. It kind of looks like her hair because she's got her hair curly. I don't know. It just looks like someone was doting on this little girl. You could see her profile, looking at her and things like that. I don't know. But then again, were they making her smile in the picture? I mean, this is where my brain goes to horrible places that I hate to think of any other fellow parent doing something like this. And Jules, thank you for gifting a membership. And Jenny got it. Hey, Jenny, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That's awesome, guys. Let me get that party going. Aw, thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate that tremendously. And again, it just gets more coverage on stories and things like that. It helps tremendously. You guys have no idea. Just keeping everything going. And we have a great group of people that does so much legwork and research, and we all put our heads together. And again, Jules, thank you too so much for everything that you do. And I mean, it just takes everybody coming together.
200 personnel on the ground looking for Javea Harris. Neighbors were interviewed by investigators and FBI, agents in the neighborhood, and no one knew where this little girl was. It was believed that she just wandered off from her front yard. The story was that the mother called 911 after Javea was in the front yard playing with chickens by a chicken coop and then wandered off. She called 911.
Right, at 8:30 at night, though. So that's the first red flag. And then the wandering. I can't stand that. And I think it's a little bit of, like I said, you know, the PTSD from Sebastian's case. Like, oh, are they really going to say this little one wandered off? And, oh, but she never wandered before, but now she's wandering. I mean, that drives me freaking bananas. You know what? It's terrible. So...
we now know that that is not true, not the case, because she...
Right, especially because it doesn't make sense right off the bat. But then now we have confirmation that the authorities have come out and said that no, she was late reported by a whole month at the very least.
She is charged with filing a false police report, and Javea had actually been missing for a month before that 911 call went through, and she was believed to be dead for at least a month at this time. So there were a lot of search parties. There were blockades going on throughout the week. They were checking cars coming in and out of an area where she was last seen and where she was reported missing too. So no car went in or out without being checked. We had reporters on the ground for the last 4 days trying to get any information as to where Javea might be, and we were told that it was a missing person search, that they were checking some outside areas, but they didn't know. But it was primarily contained to an area in Aiken County. And as we went into Friday, and at the end of Friday, we really were trying to ask the question, how long are these searches going to go on? Are things going to be scaled back? Is there a plan for a press conference heading into the weekend so we can get some more information? And we were told that resources were being evaluated and being scaled back. Much of what the public saw was going to be, or a lot of the work was going to be behind the scenes. It was not going to be public facing. So we didn't expect a press conference yesterday from the sheriff, and when we got that notification, we knew it probably wasn't something good. And of course, we learned that Javea had been deceased and had been gone for at least a month, and then the parents were also charged and arrested, as you look at their mugshots here on your screen. So
boom. And again, that's a straightforward story. It seems, you know, again, I'm glad that he's going back and telling us that the parents were lying in the beginning, and he even did the interview with the father, right? And then he wanted to do an on-camera interview, and the father like flaked out on him, right? But he was probably under a lot of pressure from authorities as well. So yes, Shauna, actually I invited Libra to come up tonight, but I think he might have turned into a pumpkin. I know I go on too late, but he's going to be back for some shows because we were talking about that too. So but I told him, I said, we might need you to make us laugh, you know, after this story, because it's just such heavy content, you know, it's so heavy. So, okay, Gabby, thank you, hon. Let me grab it. Let me go grab it really quick.
that's a little bit of the backstory. And for those of you who don't know too, I actually interviewed on the phone the father on Thursday. So a couple days into the search, I interviewed with the father over the phone, and we have that interview. So his story was essentially that he didn't know what had happened to her, didn't have any idea what was going on, and ran some errands. So we'll actually play that interview I did with him earlier this week on Thursday.
If you or
okay, guys, so this is going to be the interview, right, with the father. So this is great. I forgot that this was actually in this this live. And again, this was, I want to say, day 2 or 3 when they reached out and wanted to speak with him.
I stopped playing. My girl was out there watching her. She was in and out the house. I say that, and I was going to get up and wash the clothes. Okay. I got up around 5-ish, and my daughter was outside playing. My girl was out there watching her, and she was in and out the house. I say that, and I was going to get up and wash the clothes. Yeah, what else can I say? I left the house around 6, like late 6, maybe like early 7. It was probably around like 6, and I got back to the house maybe around 7:15 because my girl and my daughter said they wanted some candy, like she wanted some suckers and she wanted some cookies, and I had went to like three stores maybe in between those times to go get gas, Black & Miles, and I had got some drinks, like some little Mad Dogs and stuff like that, and when I
and again, his story just changes, in the blink of an eye here. It's all over the place. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, he says about 5 o'clock, the girls were outside playing. His girlfriend was watching Javea outside, and then he decided to get up to do some laundry. That's going to be a little important for the rest of his story. But then he ends up going in because they wanted cookies and candy. So he's the good dad that he is, right? Quote unquote. You guys can't see me, but I'm doing the air quotes. Great dad that he is. He's going out to get the candy and cookies. I mean, gosh, what could anybody ask for, right? No, I don't think that that's true because he ended up going to 3 different places. I think he was setting himself up for, being on camera and showing that, I wasn't around when all of this happened, right? What a guy. And then, turns around and says that he got a little bit of Mad Dog, a little bit of Black & Miles, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right? But then also, Chuchi and I were looking into the possible gas stations because you're going to hear him say in a minute that the laundromat is right next to a Circle K. So I think we pinpointed the area of where he's alleging he was, and I'm guessing that the police are collecting all of that digital evidence.
I left and I went back to dry the clothes because I was watching them. I was sitting there for a little minute, and I ended up going to another store. Like these 3 stores that I'm saying, like I sold the 3 stores already, but I went to a store last.
Gotcha.
And I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering. I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where like you would be like, okay, that's the police or whatever. But I didn't know that it was my house. My girlfriend at the time, she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone, so she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house, before I got on my road, I seen a police truck with a drone out. And then that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got turned on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right at my house. So that's when I hurried up and I got to the house and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? Soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javea missing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I kind of freaked out. And the detectives were telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
Okay. Is she known to run away? Like, has there been past issues with that with her? Or is she known to do that?
No, she does not run away. But I will say that she is friendly. Like she's friendly. Like she doesn't. Like, it's not a stranger danger thing with her. It's not like get away from me. Like, she didn't get that. She didn't understand it. She was just all friendly to everybody. She was very respectful. Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like, that's what she do. We raised her great. Like, she was a real smart kid. That's why, like, they had me kind of, like, messed up. But they were saying that she was not, like, she's nonverbal and that. Like, yeah, she was that sense. She's autistic and like that was like the media was like messing. I don't want to cuss, but that was messing my head up a little because they don't even have a good description of my child to try to describe her.
What's a good? Is she autistic or is she on the spectrum at all? Is that true?
She was on the spectrum when she was born, but they said that she couldn't be tested until she was 4 years old.
Okay, so it's on. You guys just don't know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. We never got her tested, and she's never given us signs that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like very like she talks better than me. She got more respect than me.
Understood.
Right. Well, who said that she was autistic though? Did her mom say that? Is that who put? And again, we want to get that 911 call. We're probably never going to get that. Not for a minute anyway, in my opinion. And I did redo the link, guys. So hopefully that went through for the members. And thank you guys so much. And also, it's just a great perk for you guys. I do make it a point to go in the Discord as much as I possibly can. So thank you, Trooper's mom. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It just doesn't add. It's not adding up, Gabby. It's not adding up, girl. I mean, it's just, this is crazy to believe any of this, this nutty buddy business over here. Oh, thank you, my PTSD. Look at you guys. You guys are awesome. We got a dragon party in here now. Aw, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And also, Island Diva, good to see ya, and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Definitely go hit up that Discord link. It's fresh and hot off the presses today. Golly, that thing drives me nuts. I don't think it likes me very much. It's always giving me a problem. People, lady, your link is not working. And I'll say, I just redid it. So anyone that listens to him and thinks he's telling the truth is an idiot, seriously. And he sounds like he's high on math. He might be a mathematician, you think, Bunny? He is all over the place talking in chaos. Well, you know, and I do think so too, right? And he's got to be nervous. He's got to be super nervous. You know, I mean, especially when you know you're guilty and you know people are questioning you, oh boy, you know, they're on to you now. You know, there's no turning back, especially once you report the kid missing. We all know that's right, you know. So, you know, it's, and again, a lot of this stuff is still up in the air, Shauna, too. I mean, we're just kind of understanding more and more as it unfolds. So yes, exactly, Jenny Machete. Yes, that was the first thing. The first thing that I thought of was Malaya Brooks Murray, right? Oh, the kids are friendly, and this, you know, they would talk to a stranger. I mean, like, what parents are willing to give and offer up that information? And again, we know these two are guilty, so we can take a look at Lily and Jack's case and say, oh, same thing. Same story, same old song and dance, you know. And yeah, I mean, these people, they think they're doing good, but we all see right through them.
So you guys had no idea what could have happened to her?
I have no clue. Like, sir, I don't like, it's really wild, but I gave all of these detectives this information about people snooping around the house lately, like since I've started work. Like,
and that sounds like Don and Candace Wells right there. And it also sounds like Chris Watts with his like this and like that and like something like and this and like Jenny like. You know, they do think they're slick. They're not fooling anybody, though, because we got these patterns establishing true crime. We see them all the time. It's like, oh, that sounds like Mr. Proudfoot. Oh, that sounds like Mr. Wells. Oh, look, Mr. Harris sounds just like Nevaeh. Or excuse me, I have that little girl Nevaeh on my brain. Just like Malaya Brooks Murray. Interesting, right? It's like they all sound the same. It's like we could put them all together, right? And just put it side by side. The statements match up.
From Friday, well, Thursday really, but from Friday to Monday, I had to work. I was working.
Chris Proudfoot. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing.
Working night shifts, and every time I left, my girl would like when she would tell me like, oh, it's been people doing this, and then the third round now they've been called, like they be on the phone with people like around the house, like just talking and walking real slow and things like that, and like I've been telling them that.
Oh, YouTuber, I think so too. He's putting the blame on Javea's disappearance, right? Quote, quote, onto the mother, in my opinion. Yes, ma'am. And the reason I think that is because, you know, he's establishing his own alibi and putting her as the only one at the house. Again, Chris Proudfoot, right? I mean, don't make me keep saying it. I'm just pointing out the obvious. I'm pointing out what has transpired. But, you know, he's taking himself out of the equation, right? And being like, well, you know, she was with the mom last. The sad part is this is a biological father here. And again, thank God that Seth is Sebastian's voice, because little Javea doesn't have a voice unless there's all of these people out here on the YouTube streets and all of the people out there in the mainstream media and everybody on Facebook and everybody spreading awareness for her, being her voice, because she doesn't have someone like Seth that's being her voice for her and fighting every day. She doesn't look. Her parents are dodging the media. You want to talk about somebody being media hungry? Shame on you. You know who you are.
But
How are you doing through all of this?
I mean, I didn't got.
It's okay.
I didn't got a little bit of it out, but it's like not knowing is killing me. It's killing me, like, because, like, I mean, you see stuff like this often, but you don't expect it to be you.
And is the mother, is she?
Well, and again, we have this victim role that he's assuming here. It's killing me. I mean, I know he was asked how it's affecting him. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus like that. What I'm trying to say is that when he says how it's affecting him, he's not bringing up the fact that she's out there somewhere. He doesn't know where she is. She's hungry. She's cold. Is she being taken care of? Does some creep have her? Did somebody snatch her up while she's playing in the chicken coop? Again, I don't believe any of the crap that's being put out here, of course. I don't think a lot of you guys do either. Some of it might be true. Some of it might not be. Obviously, we know it wasn't that she got snatched up, though. Maybe back when this all transpired, she was outside playing in a chicken coop. Maybe they had a chicken coop at their own old house. I don't know. So, I mean, but again, he's playing the victim. He's putting himself into the position where people should be feeling sorry for him rather than his missing child. That is always and forever going to be a red flag.
Your wife?
No, she's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How is she doing?
She's still a little tore up, but she's making it. She's trying to stay calm because we just, like I said, we just recently had a child. She had to really go in labor early because all the stress that was going down. She had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
Yeah, and when we're talking about that DHL carrier service, that's kind of creepy too, because he has all this time. They need to check his driving logs. They really do. They need to be checking up on his driving logs, seeing where all he has stopped, where all he has gone, because he might be a little bit smarter than a fifth grader and have moved her around someplace using his company vehicle. And especially getting a position like that, I mean, you can kind of maybe get away with, that kind of in the shuffle of your regular day-to-day duties.
Thursday this week, while the search was actively going on, again, obviously there are more questions we would have asked, and for full transparency, I'll give you a rundown quickly of how we came about that interview. It had been a few days, obviously, since that search started on Tuesday. This was Thursday, and I started reaching out to family. I got a call from a number that I didn't recognize from Chester. I answered it, and he started talking to me, and I said, "Slow down a minute. Who is this?" He said, "I'm the father." I said, "The father of who?" He said, "Javea." And that's when I started recording, and that's where you hear that phone call happen. Now, there are obviously more questions I would have asked. It was about an 8-minute phone call I had with him, and I stopped him and I said, "Well, would you be willing to do an on-camera interview with us to answer more questions, get some pleas out to the public, what people can do so we can learn more about Javea as well?" He said, "Yeah." And we were set to meet up at 3 p.m. on Thursday. We had a meeting location. I went there, never heard anything from him. So at around 3 o'clock, 3:05, I remember it. I was sitting in the car with my photojournalist, and I called him, and he answered. And I said, "Hey, this is Will from News 12," and he immediately hung up on me. So there was no interview after the fact. And looking back at that.
Wow. And I'll let Will tell you how it felt to have that guy hang up on him after, he said he was going to, do an on-camera interview and everything was going to be all good. But I mean, again, patterns in true crime. I need to point it out. That sounds like Chris Proudfoot. Nancy Grace saying, "Hey, we'd like to get you in for a polygraph. We'll set one up for you. We'll pay for the whole thing and everything else." And then he says, name the time and place, ma'am. You know, he's a little bit more cocky and a little bit more condescending, a little bit more narcissistic, in my opinion. But it's the same old story, the same old song and dance. Guilty, guilty, guilty. They're never going to hold up to their end of the bargain because they know that they can't keep up the charade very long.
Interview, and knowing what we know now and then what he said during that interview, I mean, you heard it. He was almost joking around in that call saying, she has better manners than I do. And a lot of you listening to this have pointed something out that a lot of people have, and I didn't catch it when I was initially on that phone call with him. There was a lot of past tense used in that conversation that he had with me, and that story that he told us was more than likely not true at all in some capacity, because we know Javea has been missing for a month and has been deceased and was dead at the time of that phone call.
I mean, and we know that too, especially because they're saying she was this way, she was that way, like Summer Wells, exactly. And you know, I'm just gonna leave it.
And he said that the mother was torn up over this. You heard me ask him, you don't know what happened? And he said, I have no idea. And he almost sounded like he got choked up a little bit and got emotional during that call, but it immediately went back to having a normal conversation after that. That's just my takeaway from it and what we heard from that phone call. And you heard him say that my girlfriend was pregnant. This is not his wife that you're seeing on the screen. This is his girlfriend. And the night that Mishaela called 911 to report that Javea had been missing, she went into labor later that night with another child and was in the hospital. So she gave birth that night, and that child is now with family. So they were going through this search, and everything was going on that week. And then she was in the hospital because people were asking where mom was. So she was in the hospital dealing with that. Obviously, while this search was going on, and Javea had been dead for a month, and they believe that she'd been dead, and she's not even in the area, according to what law enforcement has told us. A really complex story. I understand that's a lot of information. It's all on our website, too. It's on our Facebook pages. We've been keeping this updated.
Hey, Summer Bailey, good to see you. Summer says they also disclosed the search location because I think one of the parents told, and maybe it's because, you know, the family went there and it kind of tipped everybody off, too, like once they realized that they had the right route for the sled helicopter and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's a good point. It's interesting, the knowing part. How do they know? Obviously, they aren't going to tell us. What do you think, lady? Well, I think, Shauna, I think that they had to gathered enough information and intel to make that determination. But I don't know what they could have found or see, because I don't know if they're going off of interviewing the parents like a good detective should and would, and they're telling them, okay, we're gonna, you know, tell you we're gonna start telling you the truth, right? We kind of know how these interrogations go down. They start as an interview, and then there's pressure put down, and then they're like, okay, you need to start telling us the truth, and then they start giving it out a little by little. I don't know if the police are operating off of what the parents are telling them now that happened in hindsight, or if they are operating off of digital evidence, or both. But I would think that they may take a little bit to get all of this data, you know, downloaded and analyzed in order for them to kind of put the pieces together. But I think at this point they might be relying on the statements of the parents, which makes me worry about a goose chase. But then again, they seemed very confident when they came out and talked about how they're looking at a whole month time frame, that Javea is, and also like the neighbors are saying they never saw Javea at all, you know. So hey, Deborah Dixon. Hey, girl. We were just talking about the guy in the animal cruelty. Thank you, Bo. I'm afraid to open it. Deborah says, hey, darling. Hey, hello, Deborah. just got here, have had a day of looking after the grandchildren, and their mates. How cute. That's wonderful. Now I look like a cat dragged dragged backwards through the bushes. Oh no, Deborah. I'll tell you, those littles, they can be a lot, right? They really do. They keep you going. Even these younger YouTubers, I look at them, I'm like, man, they got a lot of energy. I like this girl's energy, but I wish I had some of it. I'm like, can you bottle some of that up and sell it? Because I could use some. Coffee ain't cutting it. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here, Deborah. Thank you. Thank you, Witchy. So, just these people out here with these kids and the parents.
And that's about it. We'll have more information on the court hearings as we learn when that will be. We know it'll be in the next 30 days or so, and we'll keep you guys updated. I can try to answer some questions. There are a lot of you in some of these platforms. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer anything I can. Again, if you're just now joining us, you see it on your screen. Both parents were denied bond today, but they will have to go to a circuit court judge in South Carolina because the homicide by child abuse charge is a charge that carries life in jail or death, or life in prison, excuse me, or death. And that judge you heard this morning is not able to do that, does not have the authority to set bond for a charge like that. So they will have to go to a circuit court judge. And I think we can play that video of Dad being in court. We'll play that one more time for you guys.
Have you ever thought about becoming a travel agent?
No, I've not been thinking about becoming a travel agent. Okay, so
hear that.
They're going to replay this really quick, guys. We've already watched this part, but I'm going to go ahead and skip over it a little bit because we did analyze Mr. Harris, I think, fairly well. And we got a lot of his body language and, that sort of thing. So I think this is where he's signing off on stuff. Yeah. And again, he's not shaken. He's not bothered. He's not worried. It's just unbelievable. And thank you, Bo. I can't believe you found a video of her. I will definitely play it. I definitely will play it. So there's still some more hearing pending also.
Harris, the mother, also had a bond hearing this morning. Both denied bond. Both will have to go to a circuit court judge to address that homicide by child abuse charge, which will be in the next 30 days, so we'll keep you updated with that. But he heard the judge say before court was adjourned, he said, good luck to you as he tries to find counsel to represent him in this case. We do have some photos that we want to show you. Our crews after court went out to the house in the neighborhood where Javea was allegedly last seen, which we know that is not true. But this is the house that the parents lived in, and you can see a little memorial here. This was not out there yesterday, but some flowers and some stuffed animals. And most importantly, the Minnie Mouse stuffed animal there. That was what Javea was last seen in, was Minnie Mouse pajamas, and that's what was on the description of her when she was reported missing by her mother. So some good gestures there by the community, but I'm sure memorials will continue to grow. It gives me goosebumps just seeing those pictures there. Just a terrible story, and this community has been through so much trying to get answers and trying to bring Javea home. But again, the Minnie Mouse stuffed
animal. Got her little Minnie Mouse stuffed animal. Oh my gosh, guys. I got the vigil, Summer. I'm gonna play the vigil. I think we need to see the vigil, right? We need a little bit of light in this. It's just dark. Not a travel agent, a PI. That's what I would go for more so. Choo-choo. So I know her little Minnie Mouse. That does remind me of Harmony too. Gosh. I mean, it's just so innocent, right? Her little Minnie Mouse, her little purse. Just, oh my goodness. Nope. Just throw the book at him.
Really, really powerful symbol for what everyone has been through and the story behind Javea. And again, the search for Javea still continues here today as they try to bring her home and recover her so we can finally understand what happened, and hopefully they can find her so we get some answers and get some justice for her too moving forward. I know that's
Oh yeah, justice for Javea. We need justice. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She deserves justice.
That's what the FBI said yesterday, is that they were hoping to bring her home so that they can give the family some closure and bring some justice for Javea. But I think this is going to wrap up our coverage today.
All right, guys, great coverage. Again, WRDW seems like a very good trusted source for good information that we can, there ain't no sugarcoating it. It is what it is, and they're putting it out real time, live. Great coverage. I really appreciate that tremendously. Let me go ahead and I'm sorry, that little memorial got me. Let's go to the new tab. Okay, hold on. Let me share this because I know sometimes my Facebook is a pain in the patoot. So let me go ahead and go to this. And here we go. Aw. Aww. Oh my gosh. Were you guys able to see that? I'm so sorry. I wasn't able to go back and forth. Let me see if I can't, let me do this. Let me do this. Copy the link. If I could put it into here, this would probably be easier for me because I could share it. There we go. I bet you guys can see that now. Okay, there we go. And I can go back and forth. Okay, here she is.
What you want to say about the baby?
J-Car, baby. Hey.
What you want to say about the baby?
J-Car, baby. Car, baby. Hey.
What you want to say about the baby?
It's okay, Bo.
J-Car, baby.
Thank you for sharing it.
What you want to say about the baby?
J-Car, baby.
Well, and I'm not trying to nitpick on anything, but how come she's wearing the same shirt in every single one of these now? Poor baby. Aw, thank you for the floating heart, Shauna. That's so sweet. Thank you guys. Aw, look at you guys, the floating hearts. Aw. Yeah, really. Well, and we got two bio parents acting this way. That's what's crazy to me, Chuchi. It's like at no point did either one of them. I mean, look at how excited she is for her baby. Any of us big sisters out there, that are the firstborn. I mean, when one of the little ones comes around, we're like so excited, right? Because we love our siblings, Oh my gosh, she's just adorable as she can be, I know, my PTSD. I'm thinking that might be him back on the couch too, Sean. I was gonna go ahead and play it again for us and see if we can't look and peep the back of the scene there, right? And see. Yeah, she is. I know. Oh my goodness. And again, I mean, it's not like she looks disheveled, or anything like that. That's why it's just so sad, because there had to have been just abuse going on.
Car, baby.
Physical, that is, and maybe even mental, emotional.
Hey.
What you want to say about the baby?
J-Car, baby. Hey.
And there's someone back there, and honestly, that doesn't look like a double wide, in my opinion. She's so cute, right, Chuchi? Oh my gosh, YouTuber. I mean, what happened here? How do you go from a mama that's so proud to show her baby, right? And what do you think about the new baby to she's been gone a month and where is she?
What you want to say about the baby?
Jacob, baby. Jacob, baby.
So cute. Those eyelashes, my goodness. Like I said, that reminds me of my daughter. Oh my goodness, just beautiful. I know, exactly. Her hair's always neat. She's always got like the cute little beads or, the little balls and things like that. My daughter would never keep her hair, by the way. Her hair would always be wild. I'm like, oh, somebody's gonna say something, but she does. She's got very curly hair and just always wild. But she would never like sit and let me do that. Not even French braid or anything like that. But somebody has been taking care of her to an extent, and I'm thinking it's mom, right? Like this is why, if we're getting into a deep dive conversation about this, that's what doesn't add up for me. Is that typically, if there's heavy neglect, you don't see that. You don't see that the children are well kept, right, and groomed, and even showing them on camera and stuff. But then you wonder, were they putting up this facade, right? Or was it a situation where mom, it's like Kayla Montgomery and of sorts. Then again, maybe she was afraid of him too. I mean, it's not an excuse. It's just not an excuse for me. I'm like, wouldn't you get in front of, if somebody was bigger than this little girl right here, a man, was getting in her face or hurting her, wouldn't you get in the middle of it? I would. I wouldn't even hesitate. I wouldn't even think about it, especially if it was my child. I mean, YouTuber, I'm guessing that's my guess, because I'm thinking, she tried to take good care of her, but then there was, and a lot of times this abuse is masked as discipline. We know that. And that's the worst thing ever, because it's abuse masked with discipline. Like, well, it's for their own good. Well, bullshit. How is it helping them? How is it teaching them anything? It's not. It's not teaching these littles anything. Cheryl. No, it looks great. Like, I mean, hey, I know, Gabby, I'm like right there with you. And now they do have a double wide. So I don't know if this was their house before and then they moved, because they did move from Union, South Carolina to the Aiken, South Carolina area. So Chuchi, I know it's devastating. It's devastating. Yeah, well, and it could, and she very well could have been too, very strict. And again, abuse masked by discipline, right? I'm doing it for her own good, type of a thing. Spare the rod, spoil the child, kind of way of thinking. But she's a bright little girl. You can tell that she's understanding, right? Like if you talk to her, she's understanding what you're saying. So if she does do something, heaven forbid, what can a little 4-year-old do that's so wrong, though? That's another thing that I don't understand. They're learning. What could she have done that was so wrong that would warrant something like that? That's what drives me nuts. Well, good, Shauna. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shauna, for, looking into this. Also, I appreciate you so much. Again, it reminds me of Haley and the pink alert. We need to get that pink alert out, because, even Javea didn't qualify for an Amber Alert. And again, I know that it probably doesn't matter in this case in the grand scheme of things as it pertains to Javea's case, but I still would like to have seen that go out, because we need to be aware. We need to be aware of the situation, because if we weren't, then we wouldn't be talking about it right now. We need those alerts. We need them for everybody. Every little, especially a little one. I'm wondering, Detroit. I mean, that's where I'm kind of waiting to see how things unfold. I really am, because I hate to be too hasty on pointing the finger at people. Then again, I mean, we can kind of see where things are going from what we've seen in the past in other cases, and also just, you know, our intuitions, our mama's instincts, our daddy instincts out there, because I know there's a lot of good fathers out there. And again, you know, Seth, thank you for pointing that out as well. And let me see if I can't make this a little bit bigger. There we go. So this is a candlelight vigil in honor and memory of Javea Harris. As a community, let me read. Sorry, guys, my eyes are getting a little older than me. As a community, we will come together to honor the life of our sweet Javea. So Sunday, July 5th, this was yesterday, right? Because of course we're night court. 7 p.m. They had this gathering in the alley, downtown Aiken, South Carolina. As a community, we will come together to honor the life of our sweet little Javea. Please bring a candle as we bring in love, remembrance, and support, right? And this is the community coming together. She just looks like a little princess. Whoever made this flyer, by the way, beautiful, very beautiful, and thank you for that. I very much appreciate whoever did that. Okay, so let's go to the vigil, and we could put, you know, pink hearts and candles in the chat as well if you guys would like. Let me make sure I'm on the right spot. He is talking about her birthday being tomorrow, so let me get past that part. And there was a live chat too. There was a lot of support and love in the chat. It was nice to see friends in there that were following the case too. So it was so good to see you guys as well. Let me go to oh, okay. I guess it is this one. There we go. Okay. And here we go. We got Ramsey. Okay, there we go. Hey, Ava.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Thank y'all all for coming out tonight. Not a good reason to be out here, but it is what it is. I would like to know who organized this event. Anybody know who organized this event? I mean, all I know is flyers start popping up on Facebook. And I'm asking, nobody's in trouble. I'm asking because we want to know what the program is. And we want to go ahead and start it. We came together for a reason. And, I'm Gail Diggs. I'm on Aiken City Council. This is our mayor, Teddy Miller. And we are looking for, who said that? I said, take over. Oh, I thought you said you organized. I said, take over. Okay, so.
She's so cute. She's like, I don't know who organized this, but we're going to get this thing started, right? This awareness, this day, the community coming together, the kids out there. We got babies, we have little kids, we have older little kids. You know, they're all little to us, right? With our demographic here, but you know, we even have teenagers, just all types of people coming together for little Javea, and it warms my heart. And this is the good in it, right? So, hey, Ava, good to see you, hon. And I do think it's the best way to honor this little girl. She deserves much more.
We need to start it off right. Yeah. Is there a minister in the house? Minister? A minister. We're going to start off with prayer. Because God knows we need prayer right now. Please come on and give us a word of prayer. We really appreciate it. What's your name? Ted? All right. If you can give us a prayer, you got to talk loud because we don't have a creation.
Holy Father, as we gather here today, Lord, with sad hearts, we come to you, Father, for direction, for comfort, and for peace in our hearts, Lord. Father, it's so hard to see children hurt. It's hard, Lord, to see all that is going on. But Father, we know that you're in charge, and we know that you will look out after this little girl and us, and Father, that you will just give us direction and give us inspiration to continue to follow you, to believe in you, to give you the honor and the glory and the praise, to trust in you and continue to love you in all things, Lord. We just ask, Lord, as we come together, that you would just bring our communities together, Lord, to worship together, to give you honor, to bring your word to people, to meet and so much, Father, that there will be a change and a revival in the hearts of these persons, that they will just come to you, Lord, and that things will change in our town, that things will change in our communities, and cultures and things that barriers that keep us down will not allow us to be downtrodden, Lord. We thank you and we bless you in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. What a beautiful, prayer, impromptu prayer. I don't think, that was planned out at all. And I think that was beautiful. I agree with the sentiment. I know it's kind of hard to hear a little bit here and there, guys, because they're outside. We even have dogs there, right? Because the dogs are wanting justice too. It's amazing to me what we can do when we come together. It always amazes me, no matter how small or big it is. It's amazing when we can come together like this and just, do what's right for, the community, for the kids, when we can take a hard look and see that there's something that needs to be fixed. Yes, it's so hot, Deborah. That was the hardest part about the story too. In the beginning was like, is she getting water? Is she in a cool place, right? Is she inside? Did she find shade? Because it's so stinking hot. And we've been under a heat advisory all over the place, left and right. We were even talking about it in the chat, just not even having to do with this case, but just how hot it's been. Thank you guys. And thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of your support and love in the chat. It really means a lot. It really means a lot.
Heavenly Father, I just want to give a shout out to our sheriff department.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And guys, Marty Sawyer is the man that came out and told us all of the information at the press conference. Really well done and genuine. I felt his love, his heart.
Yes. And I'd like to thank our Department of Public Safety. And all of you that volunteered, that got us and braved this heat, looking for that baby. Yes. It brought me to tears every day when Martin Sawyer would come and give us an update, and they did a good job with that. Yes, they did. And each state
I'm looking forward to impressing all my friends and family with my new smile.
Okay, and I love that people are supportive of law enforcement. And can we just take a minute also to show the public appreciation when you come out and you are straightforward with us, when you don't lie to us, when you are transparent with us. Do you see that you can build trust and love and genuine connection with the people who pay for you to be a servant, a public servant to protect and serve is what you're there for. You're not there to lie to us. You're not there to sugarcoat things. You're not there to cover shit up. You are there to support, to serve, to protect. And we will give it back to you tenfold. Craddock, are you watching this? I hope you are. I don't know. Maybe you're wearing your pink dress.
Have hope. Yeah. And he encouraged everybody else to just pray. Because we know prayer changes things, y'all.
Right.
This didn't have to happen. And then when I saw all the Facebook posts, y'all community, y'all showed up.
That's right. That's right.
Everybody cared what happened to this child. None of us understood it. We don't know why it happened. I would have taken that first child and raised that as my grand. Hold tight to your children, everybody.
That's right.
To your grandchildren. Keep an eye on the little ones in your neighborhood that you see out playing. Sometime in the heat, sometime. Check on them. See if they're hungry, if they're thirsty.
Yes, and you know what sucks so bad about not being able to do some of the things that we used to be able to do. I mean, I just thought about, like, you know, give them a popsicle, like one of those little flavor ice. You know, they're closed, right? Excuse me, because I know there's a lot of weirdos out there that'll do stuff. But I mean, you know, gosh, what a difference it would make. What a difference it would make if you would check on these kids and make sure, right? Make sure they're taken care of. We got to do better for that. We have to. I'm so glad that they're saying this. This is, worth everything.
If they being taken care of. Because this child didn't get that. At least while she was in Union, according to the news media, she was even suffering before Aiken. And the community had stepped in and took turns providing for this child. And that's the way we gotta do, y'all.
Absolutely.
When it comes to children, we don't know no color, y'all.
That's right. That's right. Amen.
The Bible said Jesus loves all the little children of the world.
That's right.
And y'all showed me, y'all showed this community that you do too. It didn't matter. Her circumstances before this happened didn't matter. You showed some.
Nothing matters besides the fact that there's a child that needs help, love, right? They need a good role model, a good mentor. So, you know, that they know that they're cared for and loved and taken care of by not only their parents. If their parents aren't doing it, then we need to look into that. But just for the children to know that they're safe, right? That's everything for a little child. That is everything. And I just applaud the way people are coming together for Javea and anybody that helped her in Union. I think a lot of that's going to come out as well.
For all of you that volunteered, that brought water, brought food, praying. God bless you.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, my PTSD, this little light of mine, that reminds me of Javea, right? Letting her light shine.
if they did. We don't let this happen again. It didn't have to happen.
8 months ago, I genuinely thought AI was going to take my job. Now
AI is taking over, by the way.
Be diligent. We gotta be prayerful. We got to stick together. Because tonight, y'all, look around. This is what unity looks like.
Amen. Yes.
And y'all look good.
Yes.
Believe
You do
me.
too.
Y'all look good. Now, I'm going to shut up to see if our mayor has anything else to say. Because you know I got to be careful. Or anybody else. I got a question. Did any of you know the family? Anybody? Nobody knows the family? And all y'all still showed up. Amen. This is powerful. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause. So, Mayor, you have anything else to say? And like I said, I don't know who organized the event. I'm just like you. I saw the flyer pop up on Facebook. Well, actually, she sent hers to me first. And then I just shared it too. So whoever organized the event, I thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes. And I thank you too. And here's the thing. This is the power of awareness. This is the power of getting together. This is the power of one flyer being shared with one person and them sharing it out and them sharing it out. And this is what you get. You get an outpouring of love and support. That's how it should be anyway. And the mayor coming out, let's see what the mayor has to say. But, you know, we might need Mayor Isbell to take some notes, him and the Duck Dynasty.
We needed this. And if you in this audience, come on up. Yes. You're not in trouble. Chief of Police said you're not in trouble. And I'm going by his word. So, Mayor, do you have anything to say? And does anybody else want to say something? Whether it's just a testimony or just telling us what's on your heart, we'd like to hear it, okay? All right, so we ain't gonna stay out there long because it's hot. But we will at least give 5 people, decide who you are, who want to come up, the opportunity to come up and say something, okay?
Yeah, and you know, Detroit, that brings up an interesting thing too. You know, it's like if you have a pool in your backyard, invite the kids, invite some of the other kids over. I mean, even if look, it's hot outside, right? And isn't that kind? Isn't that just kind to invite them over, give them some popsicles, they'll have a ball. You know, I mean, these are kids we're talking about. I mean, you know, we have to remember. You know, because it breaks my heart when I see situations where, you know, these kids are left out of having a good summer. You know, did Javea have a good summer? Definitely not. Yeah, Mayor Isbell, this is how you campaign, right? This is how you get out there and build trust with your people. This is how you can, you know, win votes and, you know, but then again, you don't care because you run unopposed all the time. But, you know, this, in my opinion, is a woman who's wearing a pink skirt in honor of this little girl. Her hat is pink. I see pink all over in the crowd. It's unbelievable.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, my name is Tamika Thomas, and I also have a 4-year-old daughter. So, like for them to say how old the baby was and what her condition was, this was like really kind of hard for me because it kind of touched home for me because the first thing I thought about was my baby. So I just hope that this little girl gets all the justice that she needs to have, and I hope they make these parents suffer. Because that baby did not deserve it. And all I can say is she was so pretty. I'm pretty sure anybody would have took this baby. I would have took it. It would have been hard, but I took it. I just want justice for this baby. That's all I got.
Thank you, Tamika. And I also really can relate to her as a mother, even though my daughter's grown, even though I don't have a 4-year-old that's on the spectrum or anything like that. But do you see how people are captivated, and the reason why people would come out and support is because she's a beautiful little girl and she deserves this. She deserves so much better than what she got.
Television the other night, and she gonna say something later, but go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I am a single mother of 2 kids. I also work for people with their own kids. I live on the school. I'm still working on that. We have some of the nonprofits for single parents in Longview County, Worrying for Wondering. Anybody that lost their kids, they're free, come out. You can email me at worryingforwonder.org. Thank y'all.
And guys, I also want to just say too, I hope that there's grace being shown. I really hope so, because here's the thing. I think we should learn from this situation and support the family who has the newborn baby and everything like that. You know, again, as long as they're doing right. But I think that they deserve to have that support, and that they deserve to have, you know, people standing with them and by them, and not I know it's so easy because we want to make sure that this never happens again. We want to make sure that we're heard, and we want justice for Javea. She deserves it. But I also want people to remember that it's very important to come together in a time like this, and to support one another. And I think that they're doing a fantastic job of that. And I think for a little, oh, here we go.
Anytime you lose a child, it's one of the hardest things you'll ever go through. I was so glad to see everybody come together, no matter what. You know, we're all here to make a difference in everybody's life. And we have to be the change that we have to be the change that we want to see in others.
Right.
No matter how big or small, we can make a difference in everybody's life. It doesn't matter what you have or what you don't have. We have to be accepting, and we do have to take care of children. We have to be a village. Yes.
If you got
Well,
hit,
you guys are
even
a
if you
village.
were not driving,
this is a village right here. The example that's being set, you know, the emotions that are being shown, the love that is being shown, you can tell it comes from a genuine place, right? Nobody even knows who put this on. We just know that there was a flyer, there was a call to action. Everybody comes together. It doesn't matter who we are, what our background is, where we came from. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because Javea is the one that matters.
Hi everyone, I want to say I am so happy to see all of you out here. We're here for a child that we never knew, but this baby was a beautiful child.
Amen.
She was a gift from God above.
Yes.
And he has his angel home with him.
Yes.
And we don't have to worry. She is in a beautiful place.
Yes.
God is going to take care of her. Yes. And I just want to say thank you all for being here. And I pray for everyone's safety to get home tonight. Thank you all.
Well, and that was such a sweet statement by that lady, but I just want to put my own 2 cents in. Of course, I'm going to do that. I want her to be found. I want her to be found. I know I'm a believer too. I believe that she's absolutely, I mean, God protects the little ones, you know, but I want her found. I want her to be found. I don't want her to be out there. I mean, that's the worst case scenario. I want them to tell where, because they know.
I live here in Aiken. I saw the news that told us the baby was missing. And I was hoping that she would be found. I was wondering if there was something that could be done. I didn't know. I'm looking at all these people here right now. And if these people can be together when it's needed, what a difference it would make.
Yes. Yes.
When I was a little girl, my mother told me about Jesus. And she said that Jesus he will come in your heart and he will take care of you. And I learned the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And so because I wanted God, I couldn't want anything. If I wanted a sandwich, I'd say, oh, I don't want it. If I want a bicycle, I don't want it. I found out later that's not what it meant, but it was so much easier. What I'm thinking about right now is when I went to Sunday school for the first time, this little girl may have gone, and they start singing a song, Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white. They are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. And I'm only about 4. I said, that's the one I've been looking for all my life.
And everybody knows that one. Well, I know all of us in the chat know that one. I know we do. And Chuchi, I understand your skepticism. I really do, because, you know, I'm skeptical of it myself, because I don't really believe that she's autistic. You know, I mean, and her father was talking about how she couldn't get tested until after 4 years old or something like that. I mean, you know, whatever they say, it's a grain of salt to me, you know. But I don't even know that she had any issues at all. I think, you know, and we don't know. We don't know. We just don't know whether or not. We don't know what was going on really there, you know, and there could be delays too, because what if she wasn't going to school and all of that too? I mean, let me just get real a little bit right now. And I'm not trying to, again, I'm not a perfect parent. None of us are. But, you know, when these kids aren't going to school every day and they're missing days left and right. I mean, how would I keep up if I miss days of school or work, right? You get behind. It's just like, you know, any of the other times that I've gone on a trip, or, you know, even the couple days that I took off, you know, job searching and stuff like that. Like, I'm behind, right? I get behind. That's how anybody's going to be. You're going to have to catch up. It's hard for the littles to catch up. I don't even know that she was active in school just yet, right? Because she's only 4, so she might have just been going to daycare, stuff like that. So I don't know where those delays may have been, or I don't know if they even existed. It also occurred to me that perhaps the mother was trying to build some urgency, and so she said that so that people would look for her daughter more quickly, you know. So Detroit says, Chuchi, I agree. If either of them used and drank, it would definitely cause that. Yeah, well, and he talked about the Mad Dogs like he was bringing them back, like, for the 2 of them. I can't lie there. You know, I'm with you guys on that. I've seen it firsthand, and I wish they would hold both parents accountable in these cases. Yeah, I wonder. You know, we don't have very much information, you know, if any, really, on the little baby. I just hope she's being he or she, excuse me, is being well taken care of. My PTSD. I know, and that was a beautiful. I mean, everybody that's coming up is just talking so much sense. Such a beautiful what did Bob Ross call it? Happy little accident. I mean, because really all these people just coming together and they're like, hey, we need to come together. We might not have a plan, but well, I know this is the thing, Detroit, because I mean, I'm a little behind the times, of course, because it's been a long time since my daughter's been in school. But I know, like, because she was an only child, I did put her, or her father and I put her into like the 3.5-year-old program, right, at the daycare, but it was like a preschool daycare, right? So they did like school stuff and that sort of thing. But like, I don't know, I taught her all. We worked on all the alphabet stuff and all that. She's really super smart, that one. She just really is. And these kids they are so bright. She's only 4 years old. My nephew didn't start speaking until 4. Now he's on the debate team and you can't shut him up. Detroit, I love that. I think that's great. I think healthy debates are always like the best, right? Because it keeps you moving, keeps you on your toes. Yeah, very good. That's fantastic. And, I mean, you can never judge too, like when people are late to do anything either in life, in my opinion, with kids or anything. Like, I never believe the doctors. I know I'm not a doctor either, but I'm just saying, I just never believe them when they're like, well, this kid's never going to do this or that. Because a lot of times they don't know what the hell they're talking about, in my opinion.
Amen. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to tell everybody thank you all for being out here. I'm also a neighbor. I live a little further off than her. The night that everything happened, I was at work, and so I saw law enforcement and everybody coming in to look for her. My heart broke because I didn't know what was going on. And I found out that night I joined the initial search. As a parent, hearing the news that the sheriff announced yesterday, it broke me. And it broke me to the point that I had to call my adult daughter just to hear her voice, to know that she was safe. And a part of me is angry because Javea did not deserve this. She was innocent and she is precious. But I stand here as a member of this community to ask each and every one of you, be angry, but don't let the anger consume you into hatred and make your heart heavy. Be like Javea's grandmother or great-grandmother and forgive Javea's parents. And pray that God have mercy on them. Because that's what Javea would want. Thank you.
I mean, again, well said, guys. And I've talked about it here openly. I'm a tough nut to crack, or a tough cookie when it comes to forgiveness. That's a tough one for me. I'm the more of forgive but don't forget. I mean, I'm very that's a tough one for me, but we always need to hear all sides of things, right? A reminder of grace, a reminder of showing love, a reminder of what Javea would want, right? Because again, children love unconditionally. They do, especially their parents. But stay angry and stay questioning things, right? And this is, oh gosh, I know, because I don't want to ruin what her statement was with bashing my opinions over everybody's head. But look, we cannot allow for this ever. We can't. We have to make sure justice is served. Then we can work towards the road to forgiveness, right? But again, vengeance is not ours. Well, and I love this mama. She's bringing her babies there to support. She's also saying, you know, as I said too, nobody's perfect, right? We're not perfect parents. We're not perfect moms. We want to be. A good mom wants to be. A good dad wants to be. We know we're never going to be perfect, but we try, right? We do as much as we can to be that, right? Because everything in life isn't planned out, right? We don't know what's going to happen minute by minute, hour to hour, what we might encounter, what hardship we might endure. But at the end of the day, we're there for our kids. We love our kids. We do for our kids. We clothe them, we feed them, we protect them. You know, and love them. I mean, the very basic needs, the very much needed needs for them to feel safe and protected. And I just appreciate all the moms coming out, all the dads, the grandmas, everybody. Excuse me, everybody. I don't know Chuchi about the family if they were there, but they were kind of in the background, not saying much and not making themselves like known, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. I know that when they were at the place where SLED was searching, that they declined to interview with the media, and that might just be because they're in shock. I don't think they have any involvement in this, although we don't know, and that is still unfolding. Because, you know, nothing ceases to amaze me, and that's why I always hate to like speak in absolutes, because we just don't know. But I just hope they feel supported. I hope that if they don't have any involvement, which I don't think they do, but they could, of course, I hope that they're getting the love and support that they need, right? I hope people aren't going to be so quick to judge them just because, I mean, unless they're involved, then, you know, we need to look, I think, but I just don't want them to become overwhelmed with the situation and then have a repeat or something like that either. I just want to make sure that they feel supported. And, you know, I mean, God only knows if there was anything for this little baby, or if they were just taken out of the house and given to the family. Now they have to come up with diapers and formula, and, you know, because mom cannot feed the baby anymore, right? Yeah, I wonder what they need. You know, that's like kind of where my mindset is. But then again, you know, we're always side-eyeing in true crime. If you keep it repetitive and keep showing them the same thing over and over, they will start to mimic what they are hearing, and they will repeat and remember. Just put the effort in and teach them. Exactly, Detroit. Oh my gosh, my daughter was like all about the alphabet. She knew all kinds of stuff by the time she went in, you know. And again, it's never an indication of what they're going to do, but like you said, if you continue on, and sometimes it takes longer. I mean, there's things where it takes me longer to catch on to certain things. Like sometimes it goes right over my head and I'm like, what happened? You know, I mean, so again, it just, yeah, it's giving extra love and care and focus to the kids. We need to start doing that more. Than social media is a big distraction, in my opinion. And I hate to be like cliche and say, well, you know, social media is ruining everybody. But, you know, I mean, I couldn't dedicate as much time to the channel if I had a little one at home. So I don't know how people who have, you know, kiddos that are YouTubers and things like that, like how they juggle everything. And, you know, maybe they're better at time management than I am. But again, it's a lot, right? And it's a lot coming at us all the time. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of stimuli. It's easy to be distracted by it. It's very easy. I can't imagine if I had all of that when my daughter was little either. So, you know, because I still had like a landline.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adrian. I'm up here with my family as well, and I thank you all for the support. I love to see it. I love the community. I think it's important to remember that while this is great,
And if we can get one, if you guys hear of one, I will share it out. I mean, it's the goodness, the kindness of your guys' heart. That's always my disclaimer that I put up when I share anything out like that. Typically, I do share of people I know, you know what I mean. But it's hard. You could get burned by anything or anyone. But I do, Shuchi. I wonder about that. I wonder if they have like some sort of like even a wish list or something. Obviously, we could tell a lot about what people put on their wish list, Jessica. So I mean, we might see what's on the wish list. No, I'm just kidding. But no, honestly, it should have diapers. It should have bottles. It should have formula, the warmers, the bottle sanitizer thing, the whole 9 yards. They probably need everything. Diaper genie, diapers, passies, everything. All of it. They probably need all of it. And we don't know, guys. They could be really well connected to their church. They could have people in their community reaching out. I mean, people are doing a beautiful job in South Carolina. Can I just say that? Because I know a lot about South Carolina because of Alec Murdaugh, but I've not seen the way these people are coming out like this. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing here. This should be applauded. This should be something people are very proud of, and this should be how we all act all the time. But a lot of times we do, and I love seeing it.
There's power in community, and it doesn't take much. If you see something, say something.
Yeah.
That's right. There too.
Do something.
Maybe you just might.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt this guy, but I always like to add do something. See something, say something, do something. Right? Because you could see it. You could say something, but if nobody's doing anything and it's falling on deaf ears, do something. Stand up, keep telling, be the squeaky wheel. That's the one that gets the grease. Right? What does Jen say? Closed mouths don't get fed. Okay?
Power in community, and it doesn't take much. If you see something, say something.
Yeah.
That's right. There too. And maybe we could prevent something like this from happening in the future. Yeah. It takes a minute out of your day. If you can do it in a safe way, that's the way to do it.
Amen, buddy, and thank you. And look at all these people coming out, guys. My gosh, what an awesome thing.
With Base 44.
Sorry, ads. But yeah, what a wonderful thing. Again, it reminds me a lot of going to Sebastian's gathering. And things like that, and the outpouring of support and everything like that. Again, it's just a good feeling. These are the things that we could do for each other. Doesn't cost anything, just a little bit of your time, just a little bit of compassion. So
And we went through it, and my little girl said, Mom, what's going on? And I had to tell her. She didn't understand that. Let's do it over. She said, well, please stop it, don't stop it. I said, the law won't let us. I'll put that out there. Did you ever meet Javea? Did y'all ever meet Javea? Never seen her. Never seen her. Anybody else?
Okay, guys, and they asked her. I know it's hard to hear. But they just said, "Did you ever meet Javea?" And the lady said, "No." And she shook her head like, "No, ma'am, I did not." So that speaks volumes to me. And I mean, who did see this little girl in Aiken County, South Carolina? I mean, if you saw her, go to law enforcement. We'd like to hear about it here too, but I mean, go to law enforcement first and foremost, please, always. But I mean, look, who saw her? When was the last time she was seen publicly? I need proof of life on Javea. I want to find out where she was saw. Where did people see her last? Was she last saw by grandma or cousins, or did they have some sort of a gathering? What was the last? Hell if I know. Gosh, I'm having a total brain fart right now. But like Easter, wasn't Easter the most recent? Arguably, you had Mother's Day and Father's Day and things like that. But then, that would be a closed off, maybe more, unless, I mean, why wouldn't you see your grandparents, I guess, then? But they could say, well, we're going to spend Father's Day here, or whatever, Mother's Day. But yeah, maybe Easter. Did they get together for Easter? Did they see her? Did they talk to her or see her on a FaceTime? I would take that too. When was the last time anybody physically saw little Javea and spoke with her and she was talking back and everything was all good, right? Does anybody know information that can go to law enforcement and say, I'm mom's best friend, right? And I talked to her and she was telling me that, oh boy is acting a fool, hurting me, putting the kids through it. Disciplining measures have, become more aggressive, and that sort of thing. Oh, Witchy, let me check Discord. But this is what I think is important for us to kind of, talk about too, even though I'm sure people are doing, oh, good. Oh, great, Witchy. I'm sure law enforcement's doing their due diligence in this case, guys. That's why, again, we're digging, we're looking, but it's like, they're really doing a great job. Okay. Oh. Why does it say her biological mother, Hannah Lucas? Are they talking about like mom's biological mom, maternal grandma or something? The GoFundMe campaign for 4-year-old Javea Harris was organized by her biological mother, Hannah Lucas, under the title Jasmine's Funeral. The funeral was launched to help cover memorial and funeral expenses after massive missing person search in Aiken County, South Carolina, tragically shifted into a homicide investigation. Well, that all seems correct except for the... Well, let's do a little bit more research into that before we share it out. Yeah, you gotta, I understand it sucks to be in that position, right? Like, I mean, we've probably all been in a position similar where, there's something that transpires in front of you and you're like, oh gosh, well, I don't want to have to see that today. Or, I mean, it's something that changes your day around. You might see a car wreck or something like that even. And it's just something that, you're a witness to all of a sudden. And it can be very troubling. But in the case here, and as these fine people are saying, it's a matter of life and death for these little kids. Like, sometimes you're the last one that saw them. I mean, what if a neighbor was the last person that saw, little Javea outside playing, right, outside or something like that? Because it looks like she used that scooter. It looks like the scooter was definitely used. So when was the last time she was physically seen by someone? I really would like to know that. Or were they keeping her inside? I know. I know. I don't think we're going to know because it's evidence in the trial. It's going to be evidence in the trial. So I know my PTSD, I would love to know that too. How they're so sure it's a homicide. I don't want it to be true. I'm praying it's not true, as a matter of fact. But it just doesn't seem like they would come out and say that if they didn't think it was true. And maybe they're just being told that by these people, but I don't see why they would do that.
Hello, folks. Very good. I'm going to start off with, I'm a former math teacher. High math. In schools and in upstate New York. And I found in the homerooms there are many families that did not have husbands in the homes to control the kids. That's what you need to look at in your neighborhoods. Those across the street. On your left side, on your right side, on that angle, there. They don't have a parent that controls the kids. You need to step in and see what you can do. Absolutely.
And I will say, I'm not trying to bust this guy's bubble. I really am not. And I respectfully, but here's the thing too, that I have to put in a little caveat to this, because it's not always absolute. So sometimes you'll deal with people like this guy could be a real dick, right? The dad, I use dad very lightly, but say somebody comes nosing around, he's like, F off, right? And he doesn't want anybody around his family. He doesn't want anybody to know what is happening, right? And that can go for the mom too. I'm not just only blaming dad, right? I'm just saying, because I don't know, but I'm saying that sometimes it's very difficult to intervene on this level, even though I know it's something that we're so accustomed to, especially as older people, and this gentleman's older than I, right? He's probably old enough to be my dad. So like, I get what he's saying, but I also want people to understand that, there's more than one way to do things. And sometimes we can drill something into our heads and say, do it this way, this way, this way. But sometimes that way isn't going to work. And we need to be more creative and, like make a casserole and bring it over there for everybody. And, say, here you go. I just made an extra one. Something like that.
Not innocent if you do not do something. Things like this that took place today, these last few days, is heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to say about it, but I wish if I was in the neighborhood I could do something with that parent.
Hungry Root is the
Well, and I'm very hesitant to always say that's the best way either, my PTSD, because again, there's more than one way to do things. But I think that if it's severe, like if you do notice that you go over there and you're like, hey, I made some extra cookies for you guys or whatever, like I was saying earlier, just to come over and say, peep the scene, if you will. And see what's needed, what can be helped. And if you have a weird feeling, or if you hear arguing a lot or something like this, and there's little kids involved, you might do something different if you see her with a black eye than if you see her all clean and taken care of and the house is nice and order. Again, it doesn't matter if you have the best house or anything, because we've seen it across the board. But I think it's important to kind of evaluate the situation, but also we're not an authority. And again, you'd hate to make the wrong decision. And sometimes it's just not always the easiest thing to know exactly what to do. But it is good to call in resources if it's something that seems really off, right? Like we all kind of know that feeling where, I had it too last night, after my show, but I was like, I can't sleep. Like, I cannot sleep. I keep checking on this little girl. Did they find her? What's going on? Are there updates? Because something isn't right. It's just not sitting well with me. And it's never going to. It's never going to sit well with us, because we know now. But also, more and more seems to be confirming it. I know. And that's the thing sometimes, Gabby, and I'm like that too. And I was raised like that too. Like, don't be telling people our business. Don't air your dirty laundry type of thing. And then also some people don't want to get in other people's business, right? And that's understandable as well. And I would like the wisdom and feedback from our people that are, maybe a couple generations older than I am. I'm 43. So, I mean, is it more prominent nowadays, or are we just hearing about it more? I mean, in our smaller areas or in our little towns, do we hear about these things happening more frequently with the parents being involved and things I mean, is this a new thing? I mean, again, I don't know. Or I don't know if the real time, getting the word around is different than word of mouth, right? When you have, the internet and social media, it gets around much, much faster. And word of mouth is the best way to get things around. But now that we have the internet, that's our big word of mouth on a, larger scale, reaching more people. Thank you, Witchy Mama. And that's a good one too for resources. If you're not sure, right? If you're not sure, you could call the National Child Abuse Hotline and you can talk to those people and tell them what you're experiencing and seeing, right? See something, say something, and then do something by calling them, making that step and saying, well, this doesn't seem right. Is this a pattern that you guys are used to seeing? Am I being a nosy neighbor, right? Am I Gladys Kravitz right now? Or do we need some intervention? And I know CPS drops the ball a lot, but I think that there, some good could come out of it either way, right? But it's also a big part of it is being a frontier neighbor, and I love that that sentiment that's being shared today. Oh, sorry, I had it on mute. I'm sorry, this poor guy. I just keep interrupting him. Okay.
And I don't know what to say about it, but I wish if I was in the neighborhood, I could do something with that parent. But what they're doing to the kids, you need to step up. And you need to do something about it. And do not be afraid. Right. Because if you're shy, you can also report to SLED, police department, and they can move in and take action. Everybody. So don't feel that you're doing anything wrong. Things like this here, if you do that, you won't have these problems with the children. Whether you're a young child could tell their mother or their father, or it could be a student, any one of them. You need to step up. Everybody. Absolutely. And God bless you.
Aw, thank you, Mr. Math Teacher. He's so cute. He was like, I'm a math teacher. And I was like, uh-oh. We all know what math means around here because we can't say the actual word. But no, that was really well said. And again, I mean, it's just about giving people ideas and also what he said about, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you're doing anything wrong. You're making sure, right? It's better to be safe than sorry, in my opinion. And my PTSD. And I wonder that too, because the family was seemingly asking, where's Nevaeh at? What's going on? And she's so cute. I mean, like, who would love to FaceTime with her? She's adorable. She's just over there, just and so proud to be a big sister. That's another thing that kills me too. Just the fact that she was excited, and they're asking her about it. A lot of it doesn't add up. Math. He's like, I'm a math teacher. And I was like, oh, no, just kidding. We gotta keep it light some places, right? It's just absolutely terrible. And Witchy Mama says, I believe that the internet and instant news, that is just with internet and instant news that is just more spoken of than in the past. I think that you're probably right on that. Because I wondered that myself, but I do think it's definitely quicker to bring awareness, and then we see all of it all the time and we're like, oh my gosh, look at this. We actually get to see what the world is or has become. But I think it's more of what it is, what it always has been. um, of course things change with technology in different generations and things like that, and as we evolve, I guess, too, as humans. But uh-oh, we got a young person. Yay.
So I know I'm only like 16, but this like as an older sibling, this whole situation is just like really heartbreaking to me and everything. And as the younger generation, and older people coming up here, that the younger generation we need to be active in our community as well. See, everyone here got together, and then everyone's coming up here and speaking. And as the younger generation, as we get older, we need to continue those habits.
Amen.
The community strong and try to prevent things like this from happening.
Great job. And that's why I love hearing from these young people, because I know a lot of people, as older people roll their eyes like, these youngins, they don't know. But no, they do. And, I love hearing them come forward. I love seeing that bold, coming forward and speaking publicly. And, again, Chuchi's like, fear not, don't let fear come between saving someone's life, and especially a child's life, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And, speak out against it when you have a chance to. It's a great thing. It is a great thing. Good night, Bo. Good night. Thank you for being here. I know it's a little longer than usual. Well, not really. I guess I do pretty, pretty long lives, but I took my nieces everywhere. It's depressing now because no little ones. Oh, I can borrow to hang out with, right? I love being an aunt. Oh, my PTSD. I know. Well, and kids are just so adorable. I saw Detroit's comment. My mom and I used to love to watch that show. Is it Kids Say That? I don't want to say it the wrong way. Kids Say the Darndest Things. Oh my gosh, that used to crack us up. It's just so funny, some of the things kids come up with. And also, kids are just so intelligent, right? We have a whole new generation. They're our future, and we talk about that a lot here. But children are our future, and we need to treat them like they are, right? We can't have a whole bunch of traumatized kids out walking around out here trying to run things, because that'll never happen. I think so. And Witchy, to your Discord, I just looked back over to my Discord. I'm hesitant to share that yet. I'm like, I'll share anything. It's great. And then I'm like, no, wait a minute. Let's rein it back in for a minute and see. Because no, I don't know about that. But well, thank you, Bo, and thank you guys for caring so much. Look, I couldn't do this without you guys, because I need your eyes and ears, and you guys to help me out, especially when it comes to these cases, because you guys catch on to things I don't, and vice versa. And I just appreciate you guys, and all the digging everybody likes to do too, because that's important. It's easy to make a baby, but it's a whole other responsibility to actually have the tools to raise them. I know, Rosebud, that's so true. That's why I'm thinking about these grandparents or whoever has taken responsibility over the infant, because they need a lot, right? I mean, they just look. You can get away with less, right, in certain terms, but I mean, diapers and formula and things like that. And obviously, if you're not raising them, the mom, feeding them is a big part of that too. It's healthier, in my opinion. I know, and I'm not trying to debate or shame anybody that doesn't do it, but that's a big expense to put on somebody else as well. And I just hope that the baby's doing well. That is just, I mean, who I feel sorry for is the baby, because they're missing their mom. Again, that's what it comes down to. I think parents need to be reminded too, like your kids need you and love you so much, and it's hard to see that too. But you're right. It's a whole nother ball game. It's a lot of responsibility. Chuchi, that show was so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh, yay, Gabby. I'm so happy. That's fantastic. Thank you for letting me know too, guys. That darn link gets me every time. I'm like, just when I think it's good, somebody will be like, it's not good anymore. I'm like, dang it. Oh, and I wouldn't share it. I just say, yeah. I know, Witchy, I know exactly. I just so happened to look back down on my other phone and I'm like, yeah, probably not. But I mean, if there was something legitimate out there, I would share it out to help the family because, they've got to be really going through it.
See, people have come forward tonight and reiterated two statements that are so profound. First, if you see something, say something. But also, it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes, it does.
That's truer today than it's ever been. Because we see so many babies raising babies.
Yes.
So let's step up, y'all. I think someone said that we'll have someone come forward and sing Amazing Grace.
Yes.
If not, we can just start as a drill. Right. We can do that. And I started with okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gabby. Did I read that wrong? Oh, goodness sakes. Really? Did you go to the post? I just put the little post up on YouTube under members. Either that, or if you just want to email me, I'll email you the link directly. And it's just ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. I'm so sorry I read that wrong. Dang. I don't know why Discord is always doing that. Aww. That was so beautiful. So there you go, my PTSD. They sang a song, and everybody getting together. Everybody knows these tunes.
Like the little children. We'll start it off. All the children of the world,
Aw, amen, guys. This is the silver lining right here. This is the silver lining that I could show you guys. I'm just glad that we have this. It just puts things into perspective. And I think, little Javea's smile is so beautiful. And she just, shining down on everybody that was here today.
Anyone else that want to make remarks, let's close with the Lord's Prayer. Okay? Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Like I said, I don't know who organized this, but they are Jesus. Yes. Because they got all of us out here. just by posting a flyer on Facebook. So y'all be careful going home, stay hydrated, continue to pray for the other family members, and just like Michelle said, pray for the parents. Yes. Learn to forgive. We're not going to block our blessings. Okay? So thank y'all so much. Have a good evening.
Oh, that was so sweet, guys. I'm so glad everybody got together that way. I mean, just so beautiful, just so beautiful. And my PTSD, I feel that, you know, music is like oxygen. It keeps us going, you know, and it can definitely help us stay focused, right? I mean, I agree with that completely. And just look at all of these beautiful kids here and just everybody together, all different generations of people. And, you know, it was just so nice to see everybody get together and just care so much and stand together. I mean, there's a lot of people that came out, you know, showing up and showing out for Javea, and that's what she deserves. That's what she needs. That's what she always needed, I guess I should say. That's what she always needed. So I know my PTSD, I mean, it couldn't have been a better vigil, right? I mean, you know, I wish they had a microphone just because that way we could hear their message more clearly. But that's, other than that, I mean, the singing, you heard the singing loud and clear. I was in the store one time and a woman kept hitting a little baby. Oh my, 2 years. Oh gosh, Rosebud. With the paint stirrer every time she cried. I told her she's crying because you keep hitting her. Stop. I got into her face. Rosebud, that's why, I mean, you know, I'm right there with you. I'd be having to have somebody hold me back if I saw that. Oh, what a nightmare. You know? And the thing is these people are very used to it's like they don't care. They're doing it right there in public. You know, it's like in front of God and everybody. And it's because they feel justified, like it's some sort of discipline. In my opinion, it's not. And guys, look at everybody with their candles lit, right? And everybody was asked to bring a candle, and they did. This is, again, Javea's mother, her biological mother. I was laughing so hard. I was in Ratchet's chat earlier, and he was saying that she looks like Rick James, or even Eazy-E with her Jerry curls. I was laughing so hard. Oh.
My name is Judge Thornton. Today's date is...
Oh my gosh, I gotta finish Rosebud's comment. And I told her, you do that again and I'm gonna hit you with something. You keep doing it every time you cry. Rosebud, I mean, do it again. And I called the cops. I reported her to the store security because the others saw it too. Well, and see, those are the brave steps, right? And the bold steps that people have to take. And like I said, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to deal with that. Nobody wants to hold themselves back, right? Or have their husband or boyfriend holding them back. And, you know, and it's like, why are you saying my name? I didn't do it, right? Like, look at this lady's being crazy, not me. But it does. It's where it takes a village comes in, because, you know, the village needs to stand up against that shit when it happens. We can't just allow for it. We can't be like, well, you know, it's not my problem, not my kid. Who am I to tell her how to parent? Because at that point, it's not parenting. It's bullying. It's abuse. God only knows what happens behind closed doors at that point. But
July 5th, 2026, and you were in bond court. When bond is set
on a Sunday,
and if you can meet the requirements, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. Your release may necessitate contacting a bonding company for assistance. There is a list of local bonding company names and phone numbers in the back to help. You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you choose not to attend, you may be tried in your absence, a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest, and you could face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you also have the right to petition the court to have those charges expunged, which means that they will come off of your criminal history. You have the right to represent yourself, or you can get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start the qualification process today, but it is up to you to follow up. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you contact the Public Defender's Office to complete the application process. Court dates, times, and locations will be included in the paperwork that I'm about to give you, so don't try to keep up with anything in your head. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms if probable cause exists to move forward to trial with the charges that you face.
Well, and as long as we keep her there, we don't have to worry about her showing up for court. As long as she'll be right there, it'll be real convenient for her.
If you want a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I will give you within 10 days, and that 10 days starts today. You will get a copy of everything that you sign. Understand that by signing, know that it is not an admission of guilt or anything other than a receipt of the documents as part of this bond hearing process. Please follow the deputy's guidance and sign and initial everywhere that it is highlighted in yellow. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to get one of these straight. I need to get two of them actually. One for me, one for my daughter. These look amazing. By the way,
Ms. Herring, you've been charged with homicide by
also
child
Miss Harris needs one.
abuse. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if convicted, it carries up 20 years to life in prison? Do you
Yes,
understand that? You've also been charged with filing false police report of a felony violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It carries up to 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or are you going to retain the services? Are you going to retain the services of your own legal counsel?
I can get public assistance.
Okay.
Okay, well, I did see a little smirk on Mom's face just then. I don't know. I'm probably getting a little tired, or maybe I did mention that earlier, but I just saw her kind of, like what? This is what I don't understand. I'd be shitting a brick. I mean, we're all different. Everybody's different. We all have different feelings, ways of coping, all of this, right? We're all different people. Not everybody's going to react the way, the next person would. But damn. Yeah, so how come KP and CP are not sitting in freaking jail? And, Chuchi, I mean, I got to second this one, because Mama Sox pays the people off. Because, Chris and Katie Proudfoot have money, because they were in the Navy, because their boy Craddock's in the Navy. I mean, in my opinion, there's a lot of reasons, and I just even take a look at, or think about myself. I mean, I think they would be putting my ass in handcuffs quick, fast, and in a hurry. I mean, it's amazing. And I think Mr. Proudfoot over there, nobody talks to my wife, not even the police, without me. I think it's more of like, without their lawyer. So it would have been interesting if these two would have lawyered up. But, again, I think they were probably panicking this whole time and concocting a way to, break it to everybody that, Javea is not with us anymore, so to speak, or she's missing, or, passing off the story than anything. Again, I can only speculate as to what happened to her. I'm just imagining it was abuse that was taken too far, right? Like kind of the Adam Montgomery thing where, oh, I really hurt her this time. Well, what did you think was going to happen to a little 4-year-old petite little baby like that? You sick bastard. Ugh, it is sickening. It's sickening all the way around.
So answer a couple of questions for me. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
Transcom.
Transcom?
Yes, sir.
Do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
And
Do we know what Transcom is? I'm sorry. Let me take a look at Transcom. Sounds like communications. And that would be in Aiken, I believe, right? Aiken, South Carolina. Transcom careers. Job openings for the Transcom team. Okay. Bringing new jobs to Greenville, hiring 200 new people. Okay. It looks like maybe a call center of some sort. Tenant solution. Oh, sorry. To Transcom, South Carolina headquarters. It's okay. Call center, logistics, transportation, government contractor. I'm going to say she's probably at the call center. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I'm guessing she probably works at the call center.
on average, what do you typically bring home every 2 weeks?
1,300.
1,300 every 2 weeks. 1,300 every 2 weeks. So not a great amount of money. Now we know that the boyfriend was only working. He didn't even get his first paycheck yet.
Anybody else live in the household with you?
Yes, sir. The father.
So just one?
Yes, sir.
Does he do anything to contribute to the financial status of the home?
He work at DHL.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's only and this is her making excuses for him. Right? I mean, look at how she just did that real quick too. Didn't take her no time to just make up a quick excuse for him. Well, yeah, he works over at DHL. Well, he's only worked there for a week, babe. Right? He's not. This guy didn't have no job for a long term. What did he do before that? Because you're not being completely truthful.
At this time, you make too much money to qualify for a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
So you're going to need to retain the services of legal counsel on your own. You also have a first court appearance set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. Right? If you're able to bond out, then you'll need to be there for this first appearance. If you have not bonded out on these charges, the sheriff's office will transport you to the courtroom.
Yeah, Misty, Gabby Mist, I'm right with you. I'm right with you on that. I find it difficult. I find it a difficult time giving her a pass when she doesn't even act concerned that her child is gone missing or otherwise. Yeah, she's not worried at all. She's extremely calm. Plus, she got her nails done. You know, hey, Kylie's Nail Candy. Speaking of nails, good to see you. So, yeah, I mean, she's over there getting the nails did. Reminds me of Katie Proudfoot, right? She's onward and upward, getting the wax, getting this, right? Doing this. But this is why it's so odd when they behave like this way. You know, it's not that you never do your nails again. I mean, or you never brush your hair again, or you never put yourself together again. I get that. I'm just saying, like, it's weird that they just go on about their business. And I agree with you. It's very difficult to give them a pass. So I know for 2 weeks, I know I just like put that back into perspective because again, you would think that would kind of qualify, but then again, she's saying that her boyfriend has also got income, right? And he works for DHL. I don't know what their salaries are, what their, but he said he gets paid weekly, but he didn't receive his first paycheck. So, and she might also get maybe help from government assistance because they're not married. Also, if they're smart, they're doing that, right? To make sure everything's good and taken care of, because that isn't a lot for her to make, in my opinion. I couldn't do that. I mean, look, I do it on YouTube, but I mean, I'm saying like, wow, that's not enough to take care of the babies, right? That's not enough to take care of the kids. So, Bunny says KP and CP not in jail because of military connections and the TBI suck. I think their local LE may be corrupt also. Those proud feet have money and local connections and they are white. Bunny, I mean, that's checking all the boxes for me. And it's a very different treatment, isn't it? It's a very different treatment. And Chris and Katie Proudfoot are very cocky about that. I mean, look, they were able to do things like Christmas for Kids, right? And because Katie was so well connected through the Bower Sox. Things like that, all of those little things add up, right? The fact that Live Love Nashville, I'm not knocking the organization. I'm saying they're the ones that brought the snacks for the search. They're the ones that are, beneficiaries of PigFest, right? We see these connections, right? And I'm here to tell you, I've been there to demonstrate for the gathering for Sebastian. Those, not all of them, but there is a painful amount of them, in my opinion, that are corrupt and that think that we should keep our mouths shut about Sebastian. And that is highly concerning because why do they care? They should want him found too. Rosebud, it reminds me so much of Emmanuel Haro's parents. Again, I feel like they're going to be putting this, putting all of us on a goose chase, including Ellie. They think if the bodies are not found, they can't be charged. But what they don't realize is through investigation, they will blame it on the other parent to get a plea. Oh, yeah. If they're leveraging this correctly, like, again, Sumner County, are you taking notes? If they were to leverage this correctly, they could absolutely get someone to roll. Look, they both have guilty knowledge. They both have involvement. They're both living in the house at the time, right? That's why Chris and Katie need to come clean too. They need to come clean about the involvement that they have, because whether they put him somewhere, they need to tell. I don't care if you didn't think it was going to get this big. If you underestimated the situation, too damn bad. You need to do something. Same thing goes for Emmanuel Haro's parents. We kind of saw how that played out, but they still ended up their asses in jail. There's still justice somewhat for a baby Emmanuel. He needs to be found still. But at least we could get some sort of justice out of the deal. And you never know how long it takes for people to sit in there and stew and talk to their cellmates and all of that kind of stuff as well. Just seem to have a care in the world. And I also think, Kylie, you're right. And I also think a big part of this too with the Proud Feets is they lawyered up. They lawyered up right away. Nobody's going to treat Katie, the Queen of Sheba, any type of way. Not even Eric Craddock. She made a fool of him. That's why I have that puppet on the strings, right? With Chris Proudfoot over there playing the police. Yeah, they're the puppet, and he's pulling the strings, right? What's wrong with you guys that you're okay with that? I wouldn't be okay with that. As a matter of fact, I'm pissed off for you. Don't know why you're okay with taking that big L. Bunny says he worked less than 2 weeks, then he doesn't have a job. Not a steady, reliable job with tenure. Exactly. exactly what I figured. Well, and that's it, Bunny. I mean, and here she is sticking up for him. Well, he's got a job at DHL. Well, that's great that he just landed a great job at DHL. Maybe he did, right? But what did he do before that? I'm wondering. Were you the main breadwinner? And nobody's got a job now, Transcom, telecommunications. Oh, okay. Well, hey, then if she's working from home, then that wouldn't be too bad of a gig, right? Because you wouldn't have to worry about gas. You wouldn't have to worry. You could just like log in, do your calls. That's kind of what I'm looking to get. For some extra income. So that wouldn't be too shabby. There won't be a trial. I bet money on it. Oh well. Rosebud, I might we might have to get some votes on that because I wish we could gamble. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a big gambler, but this one I think I would take you up on that too. She says there won't be a trial. I would bet money on it. One's going to squeal on the other and realize your behavior is finally caught up to you and your life as you knew it is finished. I think the father kind of got that. Because if I have to pick somebody who probably has more guilty knowledge or would be able to carry this out, it would be him. But then again, I can't underestimate this woman because she's stone cold. Got her nails done, the whole nine. I'm like, wow, you really don't give a F, do you? She was his money train, and he probably figured he was going to be deep shit, so he figured to make it good. So F up, in my opinion. Well, and that's the thing. None of them have this. None of them have the and none of them have it in the bag, because either way you slice it, she has to have knowledge of it. They had to have worked together on this, whether she was there. And again, like Emmanuel Haro, I believe that she was there, right? The Ola punch in the face was probably him punching her in the face, right? And she falls in the ground, and who knows what those two? What a bunch of weirdos! Ola punch in the face. Please spare me. It's like, aw, thank you, my PTSD. Oh, I wish I could put these up on the board. Aw, that's so awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, my PTSD. Like the third rabbit, or just painted to the nail. Either one. No, she had her gold nails on. I'm like, oh my gosh. Aw, thank you for the star, Kylie's nail candy. That's so sweet. You guys are awesome. South Carolina has 3 convicted no body cases. One that they hung jury or a mistrial, and then Jania's came up pending as of today. Just a quick search earlier though. Thank you so much, Witchy. I'm guessing I saw that I saw they don't have any Aiken locations. Yeah, I'm guessing she probably did work from home. Thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, I'm guessing she probably did. And again, that wouldn't be so bad. And maybe, I don't know. I like to know what he did before DHL. So.
Does Victim Services have anything they'd like to add to the record this morning?
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
All right. Very good. Is there anyone from law enforcement that is here to put anything on the record?
At University of Phoenix, take one course at a time.
Okay, Kylie, sorry about that. I'm like, I'm all up in your guys' excuse me, I'm all up in your guys' personal conversations over there. But yeah, they're saying that she has to comply with DHHS, Department of Human and Family Services, I guess.
All right. Ms. Herring, with regards to the homicide by child abuse. It carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge and the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set bond. You will have to go before a circuit court judge. The circuit court judge will basically do what I'm doing, but will have the authority to set a bond on you. Sometime within 30 days, you will have that opportunity to go before the circuit court judge. With regards to the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning, there is no bond that is set for you. All right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
And I do not believe that they have done anything else further in this. So we might be looking at, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know that they set another hearing. I need to make sure that I listen closer for that. And I agree, Rosebud, she is considered employed now, right? But then if she's incarcerated for a time, she's not going to be employed, right? They're not just going to let her keep her job. And then so she could put a change in, a request form for public assistance. Yeah, because she's going to need representation. I'm sure she'll get I think they're both going to get a public defender. And then again, I don't know if anybody's going to be picking up their paychecks and putting it on their books or anything, to the best of my knowledge, and again, it's not like I can fault family members for doing that, although I'd be hard pressed to find one that would do it for me.
July 5th, 2026. My name is Judge Thornton, and you're in bond court. When bond is set, and if you can meet the requirements of the bond, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. You've been charged with homicide by child abuse, which carries a prison sentence, if convicted, of 20 years to life. You understand that? Yes. You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and obligation to attend all court proceedings. You have the right to represent yourself and get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start that qualification process today, but it is up to you to follow up. Your preliminary application, you will be given an opportunity to meet with the public defender's office to confirm if that's the direction you want to go. Court dates, times, and locations of all future court dates and proceedings will be included in the paperwork that I will give you today. Charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you also have a right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms that there's probable cause sufficient to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. Understanding all this and the charges and the penalties that you face, do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or do you plan on contesting these charges by retaining your own legal counsel?
I don't have an attorney or a lawyer yet.
Yeah, well, you're not a little boy. You need to speak up, right? You're supposed to be the man of the house. Yet here's this little girl. She's missing. Your beautiful little daughter, Javea. Weak sauce over here. Ridiculous. Nobody feels sorry for you, sir.
I'm just
Ugh.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's just see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Are you employed anywhere?
And you know, again, Rosebud, I think you're right. Look, he's he's not worried about his girlfriend now, right? The mother of his children. He's not worried about her. He's worried about what he's gonna do.
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
DHL Bridgestone.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again for me.
DHL Bridgestone.
And do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly? Weekly. And what do you, on average, bring home every week?
It was my first check. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, you still know what you were hired on at. You know what I mean? Like, again, he's just not trying to put his information on Front Street. I get it.
So you don't know?
Yes, he does. He's lying.
All right, besides you...
Especially when you first start a job, you know what you make. If you don't, you need to figure it out.
With you.
Mm-hmm. Detroit.
My girlfriend and my child.
Okay, does she contribute to the financial status of the house as well?
See, right here, I just look at him trying to be pathetic, right? Trying to garner sympathy, trying to play the victim. My girlfriend. That fake cry, that fake crap, right? And our child. What, you mean Javea, the little girl? You can't even say her name. You can't even say Javea's name. It's like you keep tiptoeing around it, like you won't say it. He didn't say it in the interview. He isn't saying it now.
Yes, sir.
I'm so sick of these man babies. Because really reminds me of Mr. Pissy Pants in the corner. Right? And it's just across the board, man baby syndrome, man baby syndrome, man baby syndrome. Right? Oh, feel sorry for me. I'm the victim. No, you're not. You're the offender, in my opinion. Guilty and innocent until proven guilty, but in my opinion, court of public opinion, in my opinion, guilty.
Mm-hmm. You also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. So once again, don't try to keep up with all these numbers and dates.
Okay, so it'd be at 8 o'clock. I need to pay attention a little bit better that last time. Yes, exactly. Jamaria, don't be a mouse now. Say it with your chest, son. Right, Chuchi? I mean, I just get so tired of these people getting meek when meek and weak, right? When they're the ones perpetrating these things. You're not like this when it comes to a 4-year-old, though, are you? Kind of funny. What a coward. It's so cowardice. Like Chrissy Pissy Pants. You know? He makes about 16 to 19 an hour. That's a pretty okay. No, that's a good wage, right? Now with her 1,300, again, I'm saying they had a good thing going. But what was things like a month ago? What was things like 2 or 3 months ago, even? Because that's probably where we're looking at too. Is how did this transpire, right? When was the last time we saw Javea? When was the last time anyone saw Javea? Even if it was on a FaceTime the family, I wonder. Because we don't know when the last time she was physically seen by someone else other than these two numbnuts.
Yeah, it'll be a part of the paperwork that I'll give you in just a few minutes.
And I don't believe the numbnuts, by the way. I don't believe the numbnuts. I don't, because they're both lying. She's sticking up for him. She's, ride or die, even though it's her daughter, who needs her.
Remember that you also have a right to request a preliminary hearing, and there's paperwork included as well that You've got 10 days to submit that paperwork, and that 10 days starts today. Now, with regards to the charge, you're here to have a bond set, but this court does not have the authority or the jurisdiction to set a bond. The circuit court judge will set the bond for the charge. But for now, there is no bond. All right? And I do not qualify you at this point for a court-appointed attorney. So it would be my advice to you to seek legal counsel to represent you as you move forward. All right? Best of luck to you. We're adjourned.
With victim services, we are asking that he complies with DSS requirements.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, DSS requirements. Okay, victim services. Gotcha. Okay, I got that on the second. Well, this was like the fourth take. Sorry. Rosebud says, when I think of myself when it comes to protecting children, I picture myself as Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 2 when he enters the bar and demands clothes and a bike. Fuck around and find out kind of thing. I mean, we all got to bring out our inner Terminator for these kids, right? I mean, they deserve it. They do. I mean, they're so little and like they need us to. They need us to come in and save the day, right? They need a hero. So I guess we'll never find out what his first paycheck is. Probably not enough to buy a couple sticky buns. Sorry, honey buns. Oh my gosh. Well, I could think of some horrible things that have to do with the honey buns, and I won't repeat them, but the only thing he's getting is prison hooch. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, guys.
Victim services, I appreciate that. You comply with DSS's requirements.
Yes.
All right. That's a condition of the bond.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
All right, come on.
Hold on a second, Debbie. Let's let him sign his paperwork and then.
All right, guys, and he's gonna sign up his paperwork and get his butt back into the area. I did notice in his mugshot that he had one of those like vests on, right? Because I think maybe he was suicidal, and I know we can't say the real word here. I know what it is. I just we got to kind of dress it up. Yeah, and I just think that there's a lot that we don't know yet that's going to come about in this case that, may or may not shock us. There may be moments where we're like, oh my gosh, I saw that coming because of the patterns. I'm really hoping that they find her sooner rather than later. I hate thinking about her out there. I can't believe that her parents have knowledge of where she is, but yet they're not coming clean. I'm praying for them to do that. That's how I'm going to pray for the parents. And you're more than welcome to pray any type of way you do, or, positive vibes, however everybody wants to do that. But I think there's a great power in getting together and praying for things. And in my opinion, the way I'm going to pray for them is that they come clean. It's the same things that I pray for Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Come clean, clarity, conscience, balls. Come clean, do the right thing. You didn't do the right thing in the past, but it's never too late to do the right thing now. So do the right thing, because you're already in way deep, right? Especially when it comes to little Javia's case. And she deserves, Javia's case, she deserves to have at least a proper burial. So that's what I'm going to pray for them to recognize that, right? For God to go, do his work that only he can do on them. I'm praying that they find this little girl because she doesn't deserve to be out there like this. I'm praying for her family, for her little sibling, that they have everything that they need, that they have support and love and compassion from other people. I'm praying for myself to forgive these assholes, even though that's not easy to do. But don't forget and to keep fighting for her. I hope that Javea's story gets more traction, more awareness. I hope that we can get to the bottom of things and a deeper understanding of how we can avoid situations like this as much as possible. Because there's always red flags, in my opinion. Yeah, I think they need to come to Woodchipper Island. We have a spot for them. We have a one-way ticket. Rosebud. Oh my goodness. Well, and here's the thing. They're past the point of no return. So a couple of things could have happened here. I just don't think it was an accident. I don't, in my opinion, think that there was a situation unless the abuse went too far and there wasn't intent by, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to take her life. But, I can't even say he didn't know his own strength. How the fuck does a grown-ass man not know his own strength? Don't put your hands on these little kids. They're too little for that. Even the teenagers are the big pains in the asses. I saw your comment, my PTSD. Oh, God. If you can't even control a little 4-year-old, how are you going to do when they're 14? Right? They're way mouthier. They can do way more stuff. They can get away, they're grown. They can walk out the house, talk about wandering away. They got cell phones, they got this. Much, much more to control, much, much more to oversee, much, much more to whatever. And, they can't even do a good job when it comes to these little people. And then they keep having babies. That doesn't have to happen either. Be more responsible. If you know that you can't take care of the one you have, don't keep having more. Right? Children are a blessing. But treat them like they're a blessing. Find ways of helping them understand if they do something wrong. There's nothing on this planet that a 4-year-old could possibly do to deserve to be having her eye blackened for it. Let's be real. So thank you, Chuchi. And thank you guys so much for caring. Thank you guys so much for being here, for letting me know how you feel about this, for all your beautiful comments in the chat, all of your love and support. Together we can do it. We got to be that village. We got to be the change we want to see. We got to see something, say something, do something, all the things. We just got to do better. And when we see things like this happen, we have to come together. And I appreciate you guys coming together tonight. And we'll continue on. I know I wanted to touch on the 16 feral children that were found also. So we're going to have to do a live stream about that. And thank you, Rosebud. I love your Terminator comment. I love it. I think we need to be more, warriors for these kids and just for people in general, right? Like, instead of judging people, see if they need a hand, right? Again, make a casserole or, whatever. I know that's probably old and cliche, but I'm saying, whatever, a couple of extra pieces of chicken. If there's a family of 4 that lives across the street and you don't know if they're making it, if they're living paycheck to paycheck, if they got food on the table, help them out a little bit. Bring them something, bring them some leftovers. Be like, oh, I made way too much, right? Or something. It's just nice to do. Again, it's hard because this day and age, we're always side-eyeing people. Like, why are they bringing me food, right? Like, sometimes you do think like that, and that's understandable. But there's just so many little things that we can do. Or, give them a gift card. Do it anonymously. When they're not home, slip it under their door. They'll be grateful as hell, and you could do a good deed and feel good about it, right? It's very easy to sit there and be like, well, look at them. They don't have this. They don't have it. Well, let's help each other out. Let's think outside the box. Let's see how we could do better for each other and better for our fellow, men and women, right? And we just got to do better for each other. We got to stick together. We're all in this together. Only one way out, kind of thing. So, All right, guys. I love you all so very, very much, and I will see you guys all next time.